A spirit guiding another spirit. Question. Shortly after my aunt passed away, she came to visit me. We weren't all too close. Only towards her death, she expressed to me that she wished that she had gotten to know me better. Cancer, she knew she was going. And I could feel she really meant that. She came into the room from a very white, bright light. Took up the entire wall. It looked endless in all directions. She sat down in a chair next to me and held my hand. Without moving her lips, she spoke to me. She says, "Hello, how are you? So nice to see you. You're beautiful. I know about the pain in your heart. Please, heal your heart." I could respond to her in the same way. She was smiling. She didn't look sick at all. She also said that she was sorry. I knew what she meant by that. Her daughter and her granddaughters were very cruel to me growing up, and they said hurtful and untruthful things about me to her. She squeezed my hand and said, "I love you. It's time for me to go." When she had first entered the room, she was led in by a man over 6 feet tall, wearing what looked like a long white robe. He had dark black hair and a short-length dark facial hair. Only for one split second when I saw him, I wondered who he was. Towards the end of our conversation, I remember trying to think who he was. Then I knew I didn't know him. When she told me she had to go, it was like he was telling her it was time to go. She stood up. He held out his hand. They held hands and walked away together into the light. The light was there the entire conversation. So was he. A blessing to see my aunt, of course. To be allowed this. I know why she came to me this way. I think he was an angel. Maybe he was her angel. With most instances like this, it's all up to interpretation, person to person. If he was an angel, I think I know which angel it was. Does anyone have an idea who this man could be? I believe a ghost cat is in my house. So my family moved to this house about 3 or 4 years ago. The first time I was there after coming back from school, I kept hearing these meows. I only ever hear these meows when I'm at my parents' house. I remember the first time I heard it. It was really high-pitched and didn't sound like my cat's. It's almost like a piercing meow, echoing. It's hard to explain, but it just didn't sound right. I was upstairs in my bedroom and I went downstairs where my mom was sitting on the couch with our 2 cats. I asked her if she heard that sound. She looked confused. She hadn't heard anything, in fact. Then I asked if the cats had just been meowing. My mom said no, and they weren't. They were cuddled up and asleep on the couch. Sometimes the meows sounded like they were in the same room as me, and sometimes it sounded like it was coming from upstairs or somewhere else. Sometimes it sounded so near and loud that it freaked me out. Sometimes my cats react, sometimes they don't. I often hear the meows coming from upstairs, and my cats do like to stand and stare at and paw at the door to the attic. But what cemented this to me was there was a ghost cat in the house was that one night I left my door cracked for the cats and I got in bed. I closed my eyes and I lay there. And then I feel a cat hop on my bed. You know that feeling. You can feel their weight walking and then settle at the end of the bed. My cat selected the spot by the window. I don't think of it at the time, but my door was only cracked slightly so that my cats could push it open to get through. I didn't hear it squeak open, nor was it opened any wider than when I closed it. Anyway, with my eyes half closed, I reached down to where I felt the movement to give my cat a pet and a scratch. Except my hand lands on nothing. I open my eyes fully, then I look at the end of my bed, feeling around. Nothing, no one. I was so beyond confused. I had felt a cat there. I really had. So I lay back down and I try to go to sleep. Except I feel movement again. My heart totally jumped up and I shot straight up and grabbed my glasses from my bedside table. I turn on my lamp and there's no one there. I went downstairs and the cats were all in fact downstairs. Anyway, after that, still freaked out, I spoke out into the world, hoping the cat's spirit would understand. I don't like when you do that. You're welcome to hang around here, but it makes me uncomfortable when you do that. It didn't happen again, though, but I still often hear those strange echoing meows. I've been beginning to see flashes of a black cat around my ankles. I only ever experienced this too at my parents' house. I don't know if it's my eyes playing tricks on me, but sometimes I swear I look down and I see this random black cat near my feet, usually walking. Then as soon as I notice the apparition, it's gone. My shadow turned into something else. This happened in 2012. I was going to a trade school full-time, and my child was a toddler at that time. I lived with my mother, so it was just us three. We stayed in a duplex. The layout was weird. The two-car garage was in front of the front door, and the house was towards the back. The garage and house weren't attached. There was a space between the house and the garage. In that space, you could access my bedroom through a sliding door, which was technically my window. Then, next to my window and door was my mother's room. She had a basic window. The door to access the garage was facing my bedroom window. That being said, it had a porch light that brightened up that space. However, due to a stalker of mine, long story, that light was busted, and my front door light was busted too. It took a while for them to be fixed. Wasn't really a priority for my landlord, otherwise known as my uncle. Now let's get to the story. One day I stayed pretty late after class to make up a few assignments. By the time I left, it was dark outside. I'd say around 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. I pulled into my driveway and noticed my mother's car wasn't there. I usually call her if it's dark outside and ask if she could open the door for me so I wouldn't be scared walking up to the door. That night, it was pitch black. And, well, I'm a pussy. I sucked it up and started walking to my door. I'm struggling to get the key in the lock because it's dark and my phone is deep in my purse. Finally, I turn the key and push the door open. My right foot enters first. Left foot is still on the porch. My right hand is feeling for the light switch so I can bring my entire body inside. This happened all too fast, but felt like forever. As I'm still struggling to find the light switch, I can see my shadow on the curtains in the living room. The street light behind me is shining into my house lightly. I'm freaking out and I'm intensely focused on my shadow. when my heart sinks into my asshole. In that second, I see my shadow lift off of the curtain and take an actual form. It was still a dark, shadowy looking thing, but it wasn't 2D anymore. It looked like someone was now standing in front of the curtain, very still. I realized I already flipped the switch, but no lights came on. I don't know why I kept flicking them up and down. I was panicking. My brain told me I should move my body, and if that figure moves with me, it's just my shadow and my fearful imagination. I moved, but that motherfucker did not. I quickly said, "Fuck," slammed the door and ran back to my car, making a weird noise out loud. As soon as I got in my car, I started crying uncontrollably. I immediately called my best friend, trying to frantically explain what I just witnessed. She was shocked and told me to come straight to her house. She stayed on the phone with me until I pulled into her driveway. She calmed me down and told me to call my mother. I called and told her to come to my friend's house first, and we'd follow her to my house. She arrived after 30 minutes or so. Once we got back to my house, my mother pulled out her holy water and she opened the front door. She switched the light on and it worked. I yelled, "I swear it wouldn't turn on earlier." She said a prayer, and we followed along. When I entered my house, I didn't feel that horrid feeling I had felt just an hour before. It was so strange. My mom called a priest that we know personally. He came by a couple days later and blessed our entire home. Haven't had any issues there ever since. The first time I saw something. Back in 2012, I was going to school for a certain trade. My parents and child were out for that evening, and I stayed late at school to finish up some missing hours. We used to live in a duplex. The two-car garage was detached and was in the front. The actual house was in the back. When you're walking to the front door, there's a big gap in between the house and the garage. It's a grassy area. My bedroom window was a sliding glass door. You know, the ones that are usually used for apartment balconies. Yeah, anyway, in this gap between my window and the garage had a porch light. Porch in air quotes. Hope this gives you an idea of what it looks like. I had a crazy psycho ex that terrorized me and my family, which is a whole different story for another time in a different sub. But this is relevant. Months earlier, he busted the garage light and he busted our front porch light to the house. He wanted it pitch black outside at night so we couldn't see that he was there or who was trying to break in. Back to the summer evening in 2012. I came home and parked in the driveway. My parents' car wasn't there, so I figured that they were out getting ice cream with my child or something. I grab my phone and I start walking up to my house. I'm scared of the dark, so I have my phone light on to see where I'm going. As I put the key in, I notice the street light shining on my door. It gave me a tiny bit of comfort knowing that it wasn't extremely pitch black. As the door unlocks, I push the door open and put my right foot inside with my left foot still on the welcome mat. I'm feeling for the light switch to turn on the light in the entryway. My house was completely dark, so I didn't want to step inside until there was a lot of light. As I'm doing this, I notice the street light shining in and I see the shadow on the living room curtains. I'm starting to panic because I'm flicking the light switch, but it's not turning on. It's only been 30 to 40 seconds max, and I'm feeling like 20 minutes have gone by. In that moment, I had this sudden burning urge to move my head and body to see if my shadow would move with me. I don't know why, I just needed validation that it was my own shadow. I'm swaying my head side to side in the most exaggerated way, and what the fuck do you know, it doesn't fucking move. Once I noticed it, that it wasn't moving with my motions, I saw this quote-unquote shadow go from a two-dimensional thing on my curtain to a four-dimensional body. It's like it lifted off the curtain, coming forward very slowly, and became a body of a person, a silhouette of a person, but it was black. The hairs on the back of my neck jumped the fuck off my body. I yelled a short, "Fuck no," then slammed the door and ran back to my car screaming like a bitch. Kinda just like I saw a big roach and scurried away. I was horrified. As soon as I got into the car, I bursted out in tears. I had this overwhelming feeling of fear. I called my best friend at the time, crying hysterically. She believed me instantly and told me to come over. As soon as I got there, I told her exactly how I'm telling you. I finally called my parents and told them what happened. They agreed to meet me at my friend's house, and they followed me back to the home, but this time with my friend in the car with me. My mom walks in first with her holy water ready. I'm right behind her. She opens the door, and lo and behold, the light turns on normally, nothing out of place. The eerie feeling is gone, too. My mom blessed the house anyways. I asked my parents to get our priest to come bless the entire house. I haven't had anything bad happen after that, and I'll never forget the feeling that I had seen my shadow not moving with me. It gives me a nasty feeling. Obviously, this is a retelling of the last story, but from a different subreddit, and with a slightly different recollection, so I thought I'd put it in here as well. On to the next story. My child saw me, but knew it wasn't me. Don't want to add a bunch of irrelevant stuff, but I want to give you all an idea of why things are the way they are. Our child is about to be 11. Our central air has been broken for a year now, so we have 2 window units. One big unit in the living room, and 1 unit upstairs in me and my husband's bedroom. My child doesn't sleep in their own room because unfortunately it's the hottest room in the house without AC. Haven't installed a unit in my child's room because their window opens sideways, and most units only fit windows that open up and down, which is only in my bedroom. With all that being said, on really hot evenings, we usually sleep downstairs because it's cooler, but now that school's back, I let my child sleep in our bed. Husband sleeps on the couch because he works nights. Easier to just plop down. And I sleep upstairs with my child because I'm pregnant and obviously need AC. The sleep setting in my bedroom. No night lights in the room at all. Just a tad bit of the echo show illuminating the room. Barely. You could literally still trip, stub your pinky toe, and fall to your death because it's pretty damn dark. This particular night, though, husband and I stayed downstairs watching movies and spending time. Our child is sound asleep upstairs in our bedroom. We are horrible night owls. It's 5 a.m. already and we're watching Halloween, the 2018 one, on the couch. 6 a.m. comes around and the alarm goes off to wake our child for school. Finally, our kiddo comes downstairs and this is when we're told of the experience. I'll put it in quotes to have it come from their perspective. "Mommy, I saw you in the room last night." "What are you talking about?" "Yeah, you were standing in the bedroom door, slumped over a bit with your legs apart and staring at me with a weird, freaky smile." I'm genuinely confused, but interested. "It scared me so bad, but I thought you were just messing with me, like trying to scare me. So I said, 'Mommy, okay, you can stop, you're freaking me out,' but you kept looking at me with that creepy smile and you never moved." "Did I or it say anything? No. And it's weird because I knew it wasn't you, but I didn't want to move. I wanted to get up and turn on the light. I didn't want to look away and it charge at me or something. I look at my husband and I say, I've read so many stories about this happening to people that I definitely believe it. Was this right now when you woke up or what? Oh no, it was around 1 a.m. because I saw the time on the Echo. And I thought it was 7 a.m. and that's when I saw it. You. It felt like it stared at me for 10 minutes if I could guess. And then all of a sudden it disappeared into thin air. But in a weird way, like black mist floating away right in front of me. Right before it dissolved, I made the sign of a cross and prayed for it to go away. Then it did. I was so scared. I didn't feel like it wanted to kill me or anything, but I was definitely scared. My mom and her ghosts. So a bit of background first. My mom and her family are from Indonesia, specifically a city called Bandung. Her father and mother weren't poor, but weren't terribly wealthy either. She and her sister grew up there in the 1960s to late 70s. They had a house in the mountains that they would go to during holiday breaks. The house wasn't new, possibly around 10 years old at the time that this particular incident happened, and had about a 1-acre big backyard. The yard had a few trees and an old covered well that my mom and sister liked to play around. The well was supposedly much older than the house itself, but no one knew how old. At this time, my grandmother told me that my mom was probably around 3 to 4 years old and her sister about 6 or 7. My grandma, who loves gardening, was out in the backyard planting some flowers and watching the girls chase each other around. She eventually went inside for a drink, with her elder daughter following her in. She asked her eldest, my aunt, about her younger sister. My grandmother, aunt, mom, I'm just going to say that, okay, the story is saying that GM stands for grandmother, A stands for aunt, and M stands for mom, so I will read them as such. Grandmother. Where's your younger sister? Aunt. Oh, she's out there playing with her friends. Grandmother. Friends? What friends? My grandmother was confused because there were no neighbors nearby, and the closest house wasn't for miles. She walked back outside to investigate. Near the old well, she saw her younger daughter, my mom, running around in circles, seemingly chasing something and laughing. My grandma was very sensitive to spiritual things, so what she saw next, she told me, was unforgettable. She walked closer to get a better look, and she saw 4 figures beside her daughter, all laughing and running around with her. One figure in particular really stood out. She said it was a young boy dressed in suspenders and a hat, but his face was slightly obscured, like something had rubbed it out. The other 3 figures seemed to be much smaller and harder to see than he was. She told me later that she had a bad feeling about them, so she called my mom back inside. Once inside, she asked my mom who she had been playing with. My mom insisted that they were her friends. The next day, my grandma and grandpa kept a close watch on the 2 girls as they went out to play in the yard. My grandma had asked the maid about the previous tenants who stayed on the property that afternoon, and the maid said that was 30 years before there was a family, and they had a young boy. The boy died after falling into this well. My grandma had been told before that they bought the house that the well was filled and covered, and it should be bolted into place. She had a very bad feeling when she saw my mom peel away from my sister toward the well, She grabbed her daughter and ran to the well, calling her husband after her. My grandpa grabbed the cover, and sure enough, it hadn't been bolted down, and the well was still hollow. My grandma called a service the next day to fill the well and secure the cover so that it couldn't be moved. And she told me that my mom was sad after that. She couldn't see her friends anymore. However, to this day, my mom and her sister both believed that they had been interacting with ghosts. And even my grandmother said the same until her death. My mom had a special proclivity towards the supernatural. A new house has its own surprises. It was 1999, and my brother was about to turn 1 year old. I was 6 at the time, and my mom was looking for a new house to move into since her family was growing. Her parents were moving in with us to take care of my brother, who was very sickly, and our current house was too small for everybody. My mom went to go meet with the realtor and see a house, while my dad was at work and I was at school. Brother was at daycare. The realtor took her to a beautiful stone and brick house in a pretty nice neighborhood. It had a big backyard with a beautiful landscape and lovely wooden and carpeted floors. It was a truly gorgeous house, but something about that house made my mom uneasy. She couldn't tell why, but being in the house felt like someone was watching her. She said that she got chills when she came upstairs to the bedroom. The realtor proudly showed her to a girl's bedroom decorated in lavender with a floor-length mirror on the closet door. My mom said that the moment that she saw that mirror, she froze on the spot. She called the realtor back. "Mom, I think I'm done here." Realtor, visibly confused. "Really? I thought you'd like this one. It's beautiful." My mom, "I'd like to leave. I really don't think I want this house." Realtor, "May I ask what turned you off to this house?" Mother, Has anyone died here?" The realtor shuffled through her notes on the history of the house. "No. At least I wasn't informed of anything like that happening here." Mom, "I think someone has committed suicide in this room. I can see someone in that mirror." Realtor, looking at the mirror, "I don't see anyone, but if it makes you feel better, we can move on to another house." My mom agreed and left the house. She described to me when I was much older that the figure she saw in the mirror was that of a teenage girl wearing a nightgown. She had tied herself up to the ceiling fan with a sheet. The realtor apparently got back to her the next week and told her that she did some digging about the family who lived there before. The house was a foreclosure, so it wasn't that easy to find them. The girl my mother saw was 14 years old when she killed herself. Apparently, her father gambled away their money and the bank seized their house shortly after she died. Needless to say, we did not move into that house, and my mom was never liking floor-length mirrors since. Dennis the Menace. This happened to me and my 3 roommates about 4 to 5 years back when we were in college. My roommates and I lived on a campus in a brand new building that was just opened less than a year ago at the time of the story. Our apartment was a suite containing 2 bedrooms with 2 beds and 2 bathrooms connected by a kitchen and a living area in the middle. I moved into the apartment in the middle of the spring semester after a falling out with the previous roommate in another building. Shortly after I moved in, my new roommate sat with me in the living area and told me about a poltergeist that they had dubbed Dennis. Dennis moved things remotely, but had never at that point caused serious harm. thought it was a little scary at first, but incredibly I found myself getting used to it. Occasionally I'd see something small, like a cup sliding across the counter or a bottle of ketchup tipping over, or even a chair sliding out from underneath the table. But there wasn't anything too major. That is, until the end of the second semester, when it seemed Dennis was becoming more and more active, and that it was targeting one of my roommates. One evening, close to finals week, I came home to my roommate, C, from here on. C was pale and shivering next to the stove. "Dennis just tried to kill me." Was rather short, so she often needed to help to get things from high shelves and cupboards in the kitchen. Whenever I was around, I'd help her because I'm pretty tall and I understand the plight of the vertically challenged, but she was alone this time. "See, I tried to get some sauce," pointing at the cupboard above the stove. "So I grabbed a chair to climb, and then suddenly I felt the chair move underneath my feet." She spoke quickly and breathlessly, so I moved her to a seated position on the chair and tried to calm her down. Me: "How did it move? Did it feel like it slipped or something?" "No, it felt like it was being pushed. It moved way faster than if I had slipped. I was lucky enough to jump down before it started moving too fast." I encouraged her to lay down on the couch until the other roommates were done with classes. She relayed the same story to them when they came home. We decided to simply watch out and text each other immediately after another incident happened. I moved out after that last semester due to my participation in my school's program, but kept in touch with the other roommates. I ended up still living in the same building but on a different floor. When we came back for the new school year, I met up with her for lunch at the school's common area. We were sitting and waiting for our food when she told me the latest update in the Dennis saga. This is her. "I was the first one back before the semester started. I was moving my stuff in, and I'd gotten some holy water that my mom gave me from the church." Her mom was a super religious person. "I put the water in a cup on the coffee table, and I was moving my stuff back into my bedroom when it happened. There was a loud noise like something was shaking. It was so strange because I couldn't feel it in my room. But when I came to the living room, it looked like an earthquake was happening. I grabbed as many electronics and fragile items as I could and stuffed them into my bedroom." Me: "Did it stop?" Her: "No, not until I said the prayer that the priest told me to say. I think that bringing the holy water really upset Dennis." We all wondered who or what was haunting this apartment, and why. There were two prevailing theories. One was before the building was erected, there were a series of old auction houses that were selling slaves during the Civil War era. We suspected that the poltergeist might have been a result of a spirit of a slave, but there wasn't much credence behind this theory. The second theory was one that I personally believed due to the fact that plenty of other school buildings around us were haunted in the same way. My school consisted of two campuses, the medical school campus and the general education campus. However, the medical school campus was much older than the general campus and used to be surrounded by hospitals run by the university. Less than 1 block away from where my apartment now stands was an old mental institution. That building was turned into housing for the honors college students. One of my friends who lived there described a similar, although slightly more intense haunting as the one that happened to my roommates and me. We learned later that most of the buildings on the block were used as part of the mental institution itself. Things seemed to calm down after that incident, and she kept the holy water around just in case. We never knew for sure what happened to Dennis, but he really was a menace. insane. If you listen to my Dennis the Menace story, then you know that I used to live with a poltergeist dubbed Dennis. Well, this is about a friend of mine and a response to my story. My friend, Kay, from here on, lived in the Honors College half of about a block away from my building. The Honors College was a repurposed building that used to be part of a hospital that surrounded my university. Kay told me that the Honors College was a much more traditional college dorm-style building than my building, and that students lived in rooms rather than suites, consisting of a single bed, and the bathrooms and other facilities were communal. They all shared a laundry room that was located in the basement level of that building. The Honors College was part of the hospital wing that contained mentally ill patients, and this fact was reinforced by the presence of small rooms sealed shut by heavy steel doors that were painted the same cold shade of white as the rest of the hall. The rooms were mostly located in the basement, the first levels of the building. Most of the doors were cemented shut and heavily painted over, as if the building were trying to ignore its past. Kay told me that on full moon nights, she tried to find other places outside of the building to sleep, because as she lived alone in her room on the first floor, she could hear screaming, banging, and scratching echoing from down the hall. One night close to midterms, she was taking her laundry down to the basement. While she was down there, she could hear a faint sound over the rumble of the washing machine. It sounded like a voice calling for someone. Curiosity was getting the better of her. She stopped the machine early and listened to make sure the voice wasn't calling for her. Well, it wasn't, but it was saying something else. "Let me out, I'm not crazy!" Over and over reverberated over the halls. It got louder and louder and was accompanied by the sound of items crashing on the ground. The walls felt like they were shaking, and then came a cacophony of other voices that seemed to come from the sealed rooms. She nearly crapped her pants. She abandoned her wet clothes and sped out of the building. She showed up in the lobby of my apartment and asked if she could stay with me and my roommate. I was surprised because she looked like something was chasing her. "What's wrong?" I asked, trying to get her to calm down. "You know how you said you had a ghost in your old apartment?" she asked, still heaving. I had already moved out by then. "Yeah," I said. "Well, have I got a story for you." A nighttime ride. My grandmother told me this story when I was around 12 or 13 years old. She was always very sensitive to paranormal things, so she had tons of stories. Now for some background. If you haven't seen my previous stories, my mom's parents and my mom are all Indonesian. My grandparents immigrated to the States after my brother was born to help take care of him when he was a baby. As I got older, my grandma noticed that I liked ghost stories, so she often told me ones that happened to her. This one happened when she and my grandpa were a young, newly married couple. It was nighttime, and my grandparents were riding home from their jobs at the pharmacy on a motorcycle. The road, for the most part, was pretty deserted and quiet, which made for a nice ride home. They were about halfway back when my grandma suddenly told my grandpa, who was driving, to stop. What is it?" He had screeched to a near stop at a streetlight that was on the side of the road. My grandma was pale and staring straight ahead. She finally worked up the courage to say something. "Grandmother, do you need some help?" My grandpa confused, was looking all around to see who might she be talking to, but he couldn't see anyone. "Who are you talking to?" What? You don't see her? See who? The woman there. She's holding a baby and the baby's crying. I think they're bleeding. We need to do something. What are you talking about? There's no woman and there's no baby. You're just tired. We need to go home. He started up the motorcycle again and began to speed away, but my grandma kept looking behind her at the woman and child. My grandpa insisted that she was seeing things due to her exhaustion from work, but she was convinced otherwise. My grandparents found out later that the woman and child were victims of a hit and run on the same street where she saw them. And at my grandmother's pleading, the two of them went later to place flowers at that site. A Visitor in the Night. When I was 12 or 13 years old, I played the piano, and I was a regular on the concert circuit in my hometown. I had recitals about twice a year, and it was close to the time of my Christmas recital concert in late December. My grandpa was very ill in the hospital. It was found that he had colon cancer a few days before, and he was in treatment. We didn't know how advanced the cancer had been at the time. I came with my whole family, mom, dad, younger sister, grandma, and brother, to visit him in the hospital. But I won't talk too much about the visit here, since it's still painful to talk about. We went home that evening, feeling pretty good about everything and optimistic that my grandpa would get better and come home. But something happened that night. It was 3 a.m. and the doorbell rang, along with a knocking sound at the door. My dad went downstairs to see who the heck would visit at 3 in the morning. I don't remember much being a sleep-deprived preteen, but my mom described to me what happened after I was fully awake. My dad looked around the front porch to see who might have rung the bell, and after being unsuccessful, he closed the door and bolted it, complaining about ding-dong ditchers. My mom said that she saw the apparition of her father ascend the stairs and enter his room at the top of the stairs. My grandma, who had been asleep, also said that she could see him enter their bedroom, and later my parents' room. My mom was acting very strangely for the rest of that day. For context, my mom is usually pretty lax about most things, and she prefers doing things like sewing and reading and knitting to sitting around and watching television. Her father, however, was a very severe person who always enjoyed working with his hands, repairing things and tinkering with electronics. But his favorite thing to do was watching action shows like Walker, Texas Ranger or MacGyver, which my mom usually disliked. That day, my mom was sitting around watching my grandpa's favorite shows and talking to her mom in a strange manner. They usually used Bahasa Indonesian to talk to each other. My grandma told me that she was asking her things that she would have no idea about, or things that only she and my grandpa talked about. My grandma, concerned, asked if my mom was feeling okay. But all my mom could say was she felt as if her brain was not her own. My dad even suggested that she go to bed early when she complained of a massive headache later that evening. She said she had a very strange dream as if her father was leaving her, and she couldn't sleep any longer. She tried to call the hospital as soon as she woke up. She found out that her father was dead. It was only a few days till Christmas, and since then she could never celebrate Christmas the same way ever again. A shadow of himself. It was the late 90s, probably 96 or 97, and I was 4 years old. My uncle on my dad's side was ill, and he came to live with my family because we lived closer to the hospital. Now, my uncle was chronically ill since he was a child. so his being sick wasn't anything new. He stayed in the room adjacent to my parents' and across the hall from my room. My uncle spoiled me whenever he could. He couldn't have children of his own, so he took whatever chance there was to spend time with me. Before his illness got worse, he and his then wife used to watch over me at their house while my parents worked. He was cheerful and vibrant, even amidst his kidney disease, so much so that my dad used to joke that he was the more attractive brother. But back then, in about 1996, he was slowly wasting away. He used to watch television in the living room until my mom came home, but after a while he could barely get out of bed. Eventually, he passed in 1997 of kidney cancer. Shortly after the funeral, my mom recalled coming home from work after picking me up from preschool. She saw the garage door was open, but no cars were in the garage. She assumed maybe my dad was home, or maybe he forgot to close it. But no, she walked inside the house, leaving me outside with the car running just in case someone was inside. But not before alerting her next-door neighbor to watch me. What she saw next was shocking. In the living room, the television was on and flipping through channels, as if someone was finding something to watch. The previously locked guest bedroom that my uncle was staying in was wide open, as was my bedroom door. She then saw what appeared to be my uncle sitting on the couch in the living room. "What are you doing here?" she asked the apparition cautiously. The figure turned around, and for a split second she could see my uncle, his face twisted into a shocked and puzzled expression that mirrored her own. But shortly after, he vanished. My mom hurried back out of the house to where I was with the neighbor. She thanked her and stuffed me back into my seat, drove me to my cousin's house who lived nearby, and called my dad. "I just saw your brother," she said breathlessly when he answered. "I was told that my parents and grandparents ordered a priest to come to our house to exorcise a spirit that Sunday, while I stayed with my cousin and his wife. The priest told my mom that since the spirit was of my uncle, a normally mild-mannered and kind man, that the spirit wasn't malevolent. I don't remember much of what happened after that, but I do have a small memory of him coming back to visit me in my dreams." The Chained. This happened quite a few years back in the pre-Katrina New Orleans. My family and I lived in Memphis, Tennessee, and for a few summers we made regular trips to New Orleans. The food, the culture, the music, and vibrancy of the people were very attractive to my parents, and they wanted to show that to us kids. My brother, sister, and I loved going there for the few summers leading up to Katrina. I was only around middle school age, probably 11 years old, and my brother was 6 and my sister was 4. This incident happened during our many outings to the French Quarter. I remembered reading a pamphlet about haunted tours in New Orleans, of the old French-style crypts and cemeteries in the area. The stories of voodoo queens and vampires and black magic fascinated me. These things were running through my head as we walked along the road leading up to Bourbon Street, with my brother following me closely. My brother was and is a reserved kid. He never really let it be known when he was bothered and tended to bottle up his emotions until he exploded, even when he was a child. So his sudden grabbing of my hand as we made it to the intersection was slightly shocking, to say the least. "What's wrong?" I said, looking at him with concern. He was pale and shaking like a leaf, his big round eyes focused straight ahead. "I heard someone," he said. Normally, hearing someone in the middle of a busy city like New Orleans would be nothing of concern, but at this time, the street was misty, quiet, and still. There was no one as far as anyone could see, save for the tiny Pomeranians that were yapping at the window in the nearby townhouse. I looked across the street at the sprawling, ancient-looking cemetery with its cold white mausoleum and grim-looking angels that presided over the dead. "What do you think it was?" I asked. "I heard something heavy, like chains were being dragged, and I heard a voice that sounded like an old man. He was saying something, but I don't know. Next thing I knew, I saw a bony white hand reaching over my shoulder. I felt like if I looked back at whoever or whatever that was, that they'd get me," he said in a strangled voice. He squeezed my hand so tightly that my fingers felt like they would lose circulation. "Don't worry, you'll be okay." I honestly had no idea what else I could say to him besides that. I ushered him to walk ahead of me as I pulled my mom back to explain to her what happened. She didn't say anything to my dad or my sister, and instead took my brother and positioned him at the front. My brother was quiet for the rest of the day, his face pale, and his lips were drawn tight. My best guess as to what he heard or saw would be one of those ghosts who haunted the quarter, but as to the specter's identity, I had no idea. The painting. When I was 5 years old, my family and I moved into a new house. My dad wanted to buy some paintings to decorate our new home. There was one painting that he bought at an antique shop that hung just over the stairs. It was of a girl with dark curls dressed in linen robes. She was standing against what appeared to be a metal door, holding a spear in both hands behind her back. Her brow was low and heavy, and her feet bare, and her posture was stiff. Immediately, I sensed a weird air about this painting. About a month after the painting was hung above the stairs, I saw something cross her face, like a shadow. Her normally expressionless visage was now smirking. An evil-looking half-grin appeared across her lips. And maybe it was just me, but I swore I saw her hands tighten on the spear behind her back. Frightened, I ran as quickly as I could up the stairs into my bedroom, where I hid underneath the covers for almost an hour. A little while later, I peeked out from behind my bedroom door at the painting at the end of the hall, making sure that she was still smiling. This time I saw her dark eyes meet mine. I yelped and slammed the door shut and didn't come out for the rest of the day. That night, I dreamt about her. The dream was so vivid and real that I remember it to this day. In my dream, I saw the painting, but this time she was gone. All that was visible beyond the frame was the bronze-colored door that was behind her. I could distinctly smell the sort of acrid scent of paint thinner, though I had no idea what that smell was at the time, only that it was sour, acidic, that kind of scent. I looked all around for my parents, my grandparents, anybody at all. I ran into my grandparents' room where my brother's crib was. No one was there. I couldn't find my parents either. I was alone. When I left my parents' room, there she was, standing in front of my bedroom door, spear pointed in front of her, her dark face twisted into an expression of rage. When she turned toward me as she ran at full speed down the hall, her spear flew through the air and lodged itself into the wooden door of my parents' bedroom. Terrified, I ducked underneath her legs and ran as fast as I could outside, and though my terror, I just heard her scream something and I woke up. The next morning after my nightmare, I decided I'd tell my dad that I didn't like that painting. Fortunately, he didn't take me seriously. My dad had an odd fascination with the girl in the painting. My mom even admitted later that she didn't like her either, that she had an evil air about her. but no matter how much she tried to convince him to get rid of it, he refused. My dad would make comments like, "She's beautiful, isn't she?" And no matter where we moved, he always took her with him. For years after, he'd call me crazy for not seeing her beauty, or paranoid for thinking a painting was evil, but I held fast to my belief. The last time I saw her was in my parents' attic. She was much smaller than I remembered. Her expression as dark as ever, but her face looked different than before. She now wears a poker face, her eyes unreadable, and her mouth is in a tight straight line. The evil air about her is diminished, but is still very much there. I turned her painting around so she'd face lying down as I left the attic. The Ghost in the Room. When I was 6 years old, my dad's father passed from cancer. It was one of the first major experiences with death, and to be honest, I don't think I fully grasped what death even meant. But I did understand that my grandpa wouldn't be coming back. I remember going to my grandparents' house with my grandma, my parents, and my aunt and uncle. We went back to stay with my grandma to eat dinner and make sure that she was going to be all right. Now for some background information. My grandma's house was an old-built one in the 1940s. There was a small yellow-tiled kitchen toward the front that led out to the garage park where my grandpa's old Ford truck was parked. To the left of the kitchen was what she referred to as the sitting room, where people did just that. Sit and talk. Straight back from the kitchen was the bathroom and the bedrooms. Her room was on the right side, and the two other bedrooms were adjacent to hers. Those were my dad, his brother, and sister's rooms. I sat on one of the rusty orange vinyl chairs with my parents and aunt, listening to them talk. My mom was holding my infant brother who was asleep in her arms, and my aunt was cooing over him. I got so bored of it all that I slid out my chair and slinked off to the bedrooms to find my grandma. I saw her sitting in her room staring blankly at the floor, looking lost. She had suffered the loss of her son a few years before, and now her husband, both to cancer. My grandma was a vibrant, cheery, and vivacious woman. Everyone knew her to be very gregarious and charitable. She was the type of person who'd give the clothes off of her own back if somebody needed them. But those who needed the most help often asked for none of it themselves. I tried to get her attention, not sure of what to do or why she was acting that way. I was only 6 after all. But I don't clearly remember exactly what happened next. All I do remember was that eventually I left the room. I wandered down the hall to my dad and my brother's old room, the same room I had used to sleep when I came over. And what I saw next was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. I opened the door to the room and I saw the image of my grandpa, his tall form bowed over and his fingers laced together in prayer. For some strange reason, the apparition was in black and white. I couldn't see the rest of his body. Just his upper body was visible. The rest was hidden in shadow. His image seemed to grow until I could feel it engulf me. I closed my eyes and turned away, but when I turned back, it was gone. Utterly shell-shocked, I ran back to my grandma, who caught me as I fled the room. "What's wrong, baby?" she asked soothingly. I saw, and I couldn't get it out. "What did you see?" she asked. "I saw Granddaddy." She looked behind me but didn't see anything. I think she didn't understand what I meant because she began to explain that I couldn't have seen him. But I was adamant. She told me eventually not to tell my dad or aunt, because she thought the news would upset them even more. And I never did, until now. For some reason, I forgot this even happening to me until I wrote the last story about my mom's father's spirit possessing her. I think I must have buried it deep down because as soon as it crossed my mind, everything came flooding back. I could even recall the musty smell of my dad's childhood bedroom. The only thing that wasn't clear was how I got to that point. I think I must have hugged my grandma and then left her in her room, or maybe I just left without doing anything. What can I say? I was a child. Now that I remember what happened, I also remember thinking that the apparition looked like a character in an old black and white film, flickering in shades of gray. I remember clearly thinking that he looked like someone had stepped out of an old set in the living room. I think this was also my first real experience with a ghost. Most of the ones I've written so far were told to me by my mom and grandmother, my mom's mother. Eventually, my cousin told me that they had to have the pastor from the church to go and check out the house. What I said to my grandma must have really rattled her to her core. She didn't want to live there anymore and eventually moved in with my aunt who lived nearby. She was never the same after that, and never could talk about it to anyone else. So, I will never know. Ghost City. I'm not sure if this is allowed here because it's a place that's seen a lot of paranormal activity rather than a single occurrence. In fact, it is deeply rooted in the ancient religion as a result of its perceived connection with the afterlife. I lived in Chongqing, China, up until about a year or 2 years ago. One of my closest friends was from a town known as Fengdu, which was located in Chongqing province in south-central China. She told me that Fengdu was also known as Ghost City throughout mainland China, because it was believed to be the entrance to the afterlife. She told me that the name Ghost City was ascribed to Fengdu in the Eastern Han Dynasty several thousand years ago, when 2 imperial officials came to Ming Mountain, central to Fengdu, to practice Taoist teachings. Their surnames Yin and Wang combined meant King of Hell, and later a temple was erected in their honor, depicting life in the underworld. She told me that it's believed that the dead go to the afterlife through a series of 3 tests. The first test is to cross the quote-unquote nothing to be done bridge, which is a series of 3 stone arches under which square pools of water reside. The virtuous souls will be able to cross without any issue, while the villainous souls will fall into the pools. The second test is to face King Yama, aka the King of Hell in the afterlife, for judgment. At the temple, the passage is known as the Ghost Torturing Pass, and it's decorated with sculptures of ferocious demons and the horribly mutilated bodies of evil souls. The last test is known as the Tianzi Palace. Tianzi means child of heaven. The soul must stand upon a special stone using only 1 foot for 3 minutes. If the soul is righteous and pure, they may enter paradise without issue, but an evil soul will be struck down and sent immediately to hell. At the very end of the 3 passages, there is what's called Last Glance at Home. This is a tower where souls consigned to hell may say farewell to their living family. My friends told me that it can be somewhat gimmicky, but the place actually is believed to be populated by ghosts. Decorated throughout this 2,000-year-old temple are depictions of torture, where people are shown being hung upside down and beaten, black and blue. Coffins are hung from the sides of cliffs as part of an old tradition, and dismembered body parts are pictured in reliefs around the temple walls. Many of the locals also regularly report paranormal activity happening in and around the temple grounds. For example, it's not uncommon for one to see a dead loved one there, and poltergeists happen very often within the temple walls. The entire city really leans into the nickname of Ghost City, and it's most popular to visit during Halloween. And King Ming Festival, which is a time where the spirits of loved ones are believed to return to the world of the living to see their families. Not much unlike the Day of the Dead in Mexico. Despite not having visited there myself, my friend told me that the people were visiting for the first time that Fengdu can have a haunted air about it. Giant statues of King Yama and the demons don't help much to alleviate the tension. She also added that the locals love to decorate the area with skeletons doing daily tasks such as cleaning, cooking, playing mahjong, etc., to make it seem more fun. However, one must keep in mind that most, if not all, of these ancient images of torture are depictions of real practices, however gruesome, and the locals firmly believe that the souls of the damned reside there in Fengdu, the entrance to the ancient Chinese hell. Monkeys and black magic. Not quite a ghost story, but I'm pretty sure this counts as something paranormal, and if not, it's still extremely creepy. When I was 17, my mom decided to take our entire family back to her home country in Indonesia to meet her extended family for the first time. Our itinerary would put us in Bali for 2 weeks out of the near 2-month stay at a luxury resort, plus a guided tour of the island. Sounds amazing, right? It was. However, my mom had a very stern warning to give all of us before we embarked on our journey. Some people there practice black magic, and whether you believe it or not, you do not want to end up with a curse on your head. The best ways to avoid it are, do not touch the monkeys that you see, and take care when discarding toiletries. This warning was reiterated by our guide when we arrived as he picked us up from the airport. He told us of what happened to a couple when they did not heed the warnings to not disturb the local fauna in Bali. The story comes from our guide who bore witness to some of these events. There was a young couple in their early mid-20s that came from Australia to Bali as part of their honeymoon. The man was a photographer, and he and his wife wanted to visit the Monkey Temple in Bali. The Monkey Temple was erected by the Hindu people of the region as a way to worship Hanuman, the Hindu monkey god. The monkeys in the surrounding jungle live there and roam freely throughout the temple. I warned them not to bother to visit the monkeys during their visit, he said pointedly. The woman and her husband were enjoying their time at the temple, taking pictures and seeing the dances performed by the worshippers, when the woman encountered a baby monkey. The monkey was alone, playing with a bottle that it had swiped from a tourist. She thought the monkey had been orphaned, so she picked it up and hid it in her coat. When the guide came back around to pick the couple back up, the baby monkey had fallen asleep inside her coat. The guide noticed something wasn't right with the woman, so he asked her about their visit to the temple and continued with pointed questions to try and confirm his suspicions, but stopped when he felt that he might be overstepping. I saw something move in her coat when I dropped them back at their hotel, but I didn't know what it was exactly. Something told me that it was definitely a monkey. The next day, the couple took the monkey with them and rented a car to drive to the mountains. However, they never made it back. They got into a horrible accident, leaving the car in flames. When authorities arrived on the scene, the only thing that could be recovered was the baby monkey, who was completely unharmed. That's the end of tonight's stories. I hope you guys had a good time listening, and I am more interested in this ancient Chinese city than I had been previously, so I want to find more stories like that. But that's just me being selfish. Anything having to do with undead cities is somewhat of an intrigue to me. As always, see you later and see you next time. Greetings, curious minds. Welcome to Paranormal M, your gateway to stories that challenge the limits of understanding. Hit that subscribe button and enable notifications to embark on this mysterious journey with us. Enjoy the wonder. It's come back for me. Things were quiet. We all started to forget about my mystery woodland encounter we had last year. For the most part, my girlfriend and I had moved on from it. That was until 2 months ago, on a cold February morning, my girlfriend discovered that one of our chickens' legs were snapped in half. I took her to the vet, and they were as confused as I was. There was no sign of any attack, or a clear indication of who or what did this. They recommended that I put her down, but I just couldn't do it. I believed maybe with some rehab in a safe environment she'd heal. I took her home and I put her in the pool house. I went about my days thinking nothing of it. To this day, she hops around on one foot and she is thriving. Anyway, a week goes by and I come out one morning to find another chicken, and both legs are snapped clean in half. I ran over as fast as I could to find a similar situation. There was no sign of an attack or any blood to be found. I took her to the vet, and unfortunately I had to put her down. At this point, I had a chilling feeling as to what might be going on here. And I think it's back. The next day I set up cameras facing those woods. I spent $700 on the best trail cams and the most well-reviewed SD cards I could find, determined to capture it this time. I made a rule that I'd check them every day, twice a day, as to not miss anything at all. Every time I'd find nothing, just some cats and my chickens doing animal stuff. Since we found the first chicken, I haven't been able to sleep. I've had night terrors, nightmares, and sleep paralysis almost every night. I kept having a dream about the woods. Something chasing me, something attacking me, or getting lost in there. I'm constantly on edge, and it seems like every noise makes me jump. Yesterday morning, I went to check the cameras. They're gone. They're fucking gone. Poof. I was baffled and in utter disbelief. I hid these cameras so well, not even my girlfriend could find them, and yet they're gone. I searched everywhere for these things. Every inch of my yard, every nook and cranny of the house and pool house. No trace of them. Angry, confused, and upset, I put on my boots, a thick jacket, and headed into the woods, determined to figure out what this thing was and what it wanted with me. Remember, now those woods are dense and thick. Everything is overgrown and muddy, or so I thought. I pushed my way through the vines and bushes, around trees and stumps, and I stumbled upon something I wish I never found. A clearing. I stopped for a moment to try to understand what I'm looking at. I wish I could share a Google satellite view to prove that this clearing can't possibly exist. But then it dawned on me. Where the hell am I? How long have I been walking? Did I go the wrong way? Oh shit, am I lost? Amongst all my confusion, something catches my eye. It's one of my fucking trail cameras smashed on the ground. How the hell did this end up here? It was at this time I realized that it was absolutely silent all around me. I mean, I could hear my own heart beating. Reality set in, and I had the immediate urge to run as fast as I could in the opposite direction. This is where I'm at a complete loss. I took what I thought was maybe 100 steps through some dense vines and brush, and there I was, at the back of my property. It felt like it took a minute or two of scrambling through the thick overgrowth and I was back. Still absolutely panicking, I continued onward until I reached the back door. I bolted the door and locked myself in the bedroom. I haven't said a word to anyone today. I called out of work and it's been about 18 hours and all I can think about is going back in. I'm scared I can't sleep. I know it's watching me through my bedroom window. Mr. Charlie, or what was the light at the end of the bed? Myself, a male 30, my fiancée, a female 29, and our child, female 21 months, all live in a suite attached to a larger house. The main house was built in 1941, and the suite was built roughly 20 years ago. The daughter of the original owner sold the main house to her son, who built her the smaller suite because she didn't need a giant, square-foot house. She passed away roughly 15 years ago, and the son sold the property and moved to the beach. I'm renting from the current owners as we don't need all the square footage of the main house. We're only residing in that suite. The main house is empty. Aside from the normal creaks and groans of an 80-year-old house, there's nothing particularly interesting or strange about the main building. We've lived in the suite for about a year with no issues, and the main house has been empty this whole time. Everything was normal until 3 or 4 days ago. My daughter's recently been having what we guessed were night terrors, waking up screaming and inconsolable at random hours of the night. I am a very heavy sleeper, so until she starts wailing, I don't notice. And it's usually mom that takes control of the baby duties, which usually ends up with the baby in bed with us. The other night, apparently, she was sitting up and having a conversation, quote unquote. She has a good vocabulary for her age, but like many kids, she just kind of strings a sentence together and it comes out as a bunch of gibberish. Funny during the day, disconcerting at night. Anyways, she sits up in the bed and she seems to be speaking towards the closet. Her conversation, if you could call it that, was complete with pauses, as though she was listening and nodding as though she were listening and understanding. She ended this all by saying clearly, "Night-night, Uncle Charlie." Now, night-night is a phrase that she uses quite often. Uncle is not a word that she knows. She doesn't have an uncle, and neither myself nor my fiancé knows anybody named Charlie. This story was relayed to me the next morning. We were more puzzled than anything. We are both skeptical but mildly open-minded. Trying to figure out who Charlie could be, my fiancé says that the only Charlie she knows is her Uncle Charlie, who died when she was a baby, and who I had never even heard about. Doesn't seem likely that my daughter would be talking about him. A strange idea occurred to me. The former resident of the house, the grandson of the original owner, goes by Chuck. I did some research and got a kind of uneasy feeling when I discovered his father's name was Charles. His father, who passed away in 1989. Death certificate said DOA at hospital, dead on arrival, for those who don't know that. So in theory, I guess he could have died in the house. I'm still hesitant to put these things together, but I do think it's awfully coincidental that my child is talking to Uncle Charlie, and the deceased for mere residence just happens to be named Charles. Then last night happened. The kid has been very hard to put to bed lately. She used to love going to sleep, but recently she's been fighting every step of the way. The only thing that's helped is one of us sitting by her bed and staying there until she's asleep. Not strange, I guess. Kids are weird. Last night it was determined that I should perform this ritual. Once she was asleep, and it did take a while, my wife told me that something strange had happened, and she had recorded some video from the baby monitor. What she showed me has got me a little bit freaked out. I was in the room with no lights on. There are absolutely no light sources other than a carbon monoxide detector, which blinks with barely visible light once maybe every 30 seconds, if not longer. The baby monitor, of course, uses night vision so you can see things, but they're all washed out with no color. The kid's blanket is bunched up at the bottom of the crib, away from her, and myself, in the corner of the camera view. In that same corner as I'm trying to get her to sleep is a flashing light. It happened several times in less than a 30-second clip, and it doesn't seem especially regular. It just looks like an innocuous circle of light. Except there's no obvious source. We watched the baby monitor immediately after and there's no light. We watched it this morning. No light. The crib hasn't moved. We haven't changed anything in the room. Everything is the same as it has been for a year. Except for this weird little light on the side of the crib closest to the closet. Anyway, I apologize for the long post. We're just at a loss. She's convinced that it's Charles. I'm staying nervously skeptical for the time being. Woman in Black Hood. So I've been haunted before by a little girl in a white nightie, who, when she would visit me in the night, she was as clear as day, and I would wake up in bruises with black eyes. My ex also saw her standing over us in the bed one night. I'd never told her about the girl because I knew that she wouldn't come around, and she described her exactly. Skip forward a decade, and I've been fine since getting rid of the attached object. I woke up tonight, however, to see a figure in my room about a quarter of the way across my room. A young woman in a very light blue sundress and a black hooded cape. The hood was up, covering the upper half of her face, and she was staring right at me. Shrouded in shadow, I flinch because the active mind of a sleeper has played tricks on me before, and I move to a different position. I try to just allow my eyes to realize that it's just the darkness playing tricks on them. The figure didn't disappear. They took a visible step back and continued to watch me instead, only disappearing when I finally got the lamp on next to me. They could have come closer in that time, but didn't. It seemed as though they were caught off guard by me waking up. There were no clothes hung on the door, or anything there to take that shape. And having been visited before, I know that feeling. My toilet's in that direction, and as I reluctantly walked through the spot she was in, my whole body shivered, and my hairs stood up on end. I think she was still there, and I walked through her. But where's Gabriel? This took place in the early 2000s, during the beginning of my second grade, going into my third grade year of schooling. We had just moved to a small town in California, and I was having a hard time transitioning and making friends at this new school. The local kids essentially segregated me from the student body, and quite frankly was fine with it at this point. A couple of weeks had passed and I was tired of playing alone, so I walked over to this kid who I'd noticed playing in the sandbox and swing set. I genuinely expected him to brush me off, but to my surprise he was extremely friendly. He had this strange obsession with playing with these green-looking bees that would tunnel in the sand. At first I was afraid, but he assured me that they were friendly and that we could essentially make little tunnels and mazes in the sand so they could have adventures. Months passed and people started giving me weird looks. I paid no mind at all. All I could think about was going to recess and play with my new friend. Recess came and I finally decided to ask him for his name. He looked around and in a hushed tone whispered to me, "My name is Gabriel, but please don't tell anyone that we hang out." This completely caught me off guard in a way that kind of hurt my feelings. After that day, I didn't see him again for a while. My second grade year came to an end and third grade began. Once again, I found myself having a hard time with this new group of kids. It got to the point where I was done trying to make friends. Recess couldn't come fast enough. I walk out of class and boom, I see Gabriel in the sandbox, so I ran up to him. He didn't look surprised at all, he just waved me over and we started playing again. Weeks go by, and we're in the middle of playing with the bees as usual, when we noticed an office aide making their way towards us. Gabriel looked panicked and told me, "Act like I don't exist." Once again, catching me off guard. I get brought to the office for a meeting involving my principal, my mother, and both my second and third grade teacher. I was concerned until my mother asked me, "Who are you talking to during recess?" The question confused me, but I answered anyway. I told her I was playing with my friend Gabriel. She had a concerned look on her face and looked back at my principal, who looked pale for some strange reason. My principal asked me the same question, to which I replied with the same answer. Now both teachers and the principal look worried. They asked me to not go back to the sandbox anymore, and that I couldn't play with Gabriel anymore either. This struck me to my core. This was my only friend in the last year and a half, and now I can't play with him? Why? Well, I listened, and a few years later I decided to ask my mom about that conference that we had. She was shocked that I remembered it at all, so she explained everything. Apparently, almost 10 years prior, a little boy named Gabriel had passed away after getting stung by a bee in the sandbox. He was actually severely allergic to bees. The teachers knew I had a hard time making friends, so I guess they'd watch me during recess and noticed I'd be talking to myself during recess. It got to the point that they were concerned enough to finally figure out what I was doing. Long story short, I was playing with a kid who had passed away. This bothered the principal so much they renovated the sandbox and I never saw him again. Normally I'd be spooked by something of this nature, but in this case I only find myself grateful for him and the memories. Shout out to my spooky friend Gabriel for reaching his hand out when I felt so alone. Rest in peace, Gabriel. My ex's house was demonic, or whatever was in it was. Several years ago, I was in my early 20s and ended up in a relationship that shouldn't have ever happened. It was a mess from the start, but that's a story for a different sub. What made it worse was the creepy house that we lived in. The house itself was beautiful. It was a large older house with a beautiful staircase, 3 bathrooms, and 5 bedrooms. It had basically been gutted and rebuilt. I often wonder if that particular rebuilding had a hand in all of this weird phenomenon. While it looked beautiful, it didn't feel homey. It felt lonely and empty. Initially, I chalked this up to its size and need for more homey decor. Of course, there was the cliché feeling of being watched, which I'm no stranger to, especially at nighttime when we would be watching TV with most of the lights off. A long hallway branched off from the living room, and it sort of felt like somebody was glaring at us from the dark corridor. All stuff that I'd say you can shake off. My first real, oh crap, moment was one evening after I got off work. He texted me to let me know that he'd be working a bit later and to go ahead to the house and let myself in just to freshen up. This house had an amazing bathroom with a jacuzzi tub on the lower level, so I jumped at the chance to get in and relax. After filling the tub up with nearly melt-your-skin-off hot water, I laid back with my eyes closed. This euphoric moment was interrupted when I heard the front door down the hall slam. I could hear what sounded like heavy boots shuffling around before they started stomping down the hallway. I heard every aggressive step until they stopped right outside the bathroom door. I knew he was home, must be in a bad mood, and was ready for what could be, a crappy evening. Several seconds passed, but he never entered or said anything. I also never heard him walk away. After a good minute or two, I called out his name with no response. I had talked to him about my feelings about the house, and he had admitted that he felt the same, and had had some freaky experiences since living there. I then realized he was trying to mess with me and would probably bust through the door and scare me at any minute. I called back out to him, letting him know not to bother, that it wouldn't work. It was met with eerie silence. I decided the whole relaxation thing was over and got out to confront him. I opened the bathroom door to absolutely no one there. I admit, I was shaking as I looked down the hallway to see if he was trying to hide, but again saw no one. As I went back into the bathroom to get my phone to call him, I heard the front door open again and I could hear him setting stuff down. I come down the hall and he greeted me. He seemed to be in a good mood. He made a joke about knowing I'd be in the bath when he noticed my robe. I was practically speechless. He asked what was wrong and I explained what had happened. He waved it off, saying that he heard that stuff all the time. "You get used to it," he said simply. He was right. I heard this quite frequently, both when I was alone in the house, and we would both hear it together at times. At a different point, we were sitting on the couch discussing what to get. And it was bright and sunny outside. We were discussing maybe going hiking, when all of a sudden the front door burst open with such force the door made contact with the wall behind it and bounced off of it. We both were stunned for several moments until I spoke up and said the wind must be bad outside. He remarked about how there was literally no wind outside. We walked out onto the porch to a very still and pleasant day. Another evening, it was just getting dark out, and I was watching TV alone while he was in another room working on something. I never put much thought into orbs or took the whole orb thing seriously, to be honest, until that night. As I'm watching TV, I see what looks like a small circular ball of light come down from the staircase, from the corner of my eye. I turned to look at it head on, and it floated below the TV and up the massive shelf to the right of the TV. I watched it float all the way up to the top shelf, until reaching the ceiling and vanishing. I was covered in goosebumps, and I felt terrified. I knew there was nothing that could have caused that. All the windows were sealed off with the blinds closed as well as the heavy drapes. I also didn't hear a single vehicle pass by at that time. The TV was also on low volume. I ended up calling for him to come to the living room. Again, I sputtered off like a terrified idiot. He seemed to actually be a bit freaked out. And he said that it didn't surprise him. Whatever it was, it liked being noticed. I'll leave off with one experience that I still get instantly weirded out when I think about it till this day. We had both fallen asleep while watching TV one night. I remember it was in the middle of winter, and it was cold in the house, as keeping the large house heated in low temperatures was both hard and expensive. I was on one end of the couch, and he was on the other. I woke up with a start, and I felt very disoriented. I then reached for my phone to see what time it was, only to feel even more panicked when I saw it was nearly 5 a.m. I had to work that morning in less than a couple of hours, and I did not bring my work clothes with me, as I didn't plan on spending the night. I threw the blanket off of me to get up and grab my shoes and keys when I noticed my ex was wide awake, sitting up on the other side of the couch looking at me. I was taken aback as he had such a strange look on his face. I asked him what was wrong and why he didn't wake me up sooner, as he knew my work situation. He just shook his head and slowly looked away. Odd, but I didn't have time to really get into it with him. I just needed to hurry and make the 30-minute drive home to get ready for work. As I got my shoes on and got my keys, he asked me to please not go yet until he was ready. I went to ask him what he was getting ready for, as I knew he was off that day. But he was gone down the hall to the bedroom before I could ask. He came back a couple of minutes later, fully dressed, and was putting his coat on. I then asked where in the world he was going. He told me he was going to his mother's house, which was just a few houses down from his own. I looked at him like he was crazy and told him it's 5 a.m, surely your mom is asleep. He told me it didn't matter. He had a key and would rest on the couch until she got up. Again, I was weirded out, but also pressed for time and mentally noted to ask him about this later. We walked outside, said goodbye, and he headed straight to his mom's. Later in the day, I had texted him to ask him about it, but he said he'd rather explain in person. After I get off work, I head to his house, and wasted no time asking what had gotten him into this. He seemed reluctant to talk about it, but did start to tell the story. He said he had woke up a little bit before me, and when he woke up, he too was disoriented at first, but quickly realized what had woke him up. He said it felt like someone was hitting him in the back of the couch. As he started to wake up more and realized that that wasn't possible, he suddenly locked his eyes on me. I was still sound asleep when he said it was like something took over him. He felt himself start growling. His teeth were clenched together so tight that his jaw ached, but he couldn't control it. He said he could feel that he was showing his teeth as he growls, and it got deeper and louder. He explained that the growls were so animalistic that he couldn't imitate it. The whole time he couldn't look away from me, while he felt this strong feeling of anger come over him. He also said another part of him was wondering how I wasn't waking up as he was growling so loud that his own ears were ringing. In reality, he said it was probably only 15 or 20 seconds, but to him it felt like much longer. Just as suddenly as it had started, he snapped out of it. As the growling stopped, he was able to relax his jaw and look away from me. He said he sat there for several minutes while I never once even moved. He said he couldn't decide whether he should wake me up or not. He was so confused. When I did wake up and went to leave, he was so shaken by the whole experience that he was scared to be alone in the house. Hence him asking me to stay so we could get ready and go to his mom's until daybreak at least. Other things happened, but that last one always got me. Did whatever that thing was, want to hurt me? Want him to hurt me? I was honestly relieved knowing I'd never have to go back there once we split for good. He's moved since, and I wonder what the new inhabitants have experienced. My old job as a CNA. So many years ago, I became a CNA, which is a certified nursing assistant. It was a simple job. Basically, we're taking care of adults all day. Now, I've had my fair share of scary stuff. Wiping butts, cleaning poo off the floor. But those came with the job, and quite frankly, become numb to it after a while. But that's not what I want to share. I wanted to tell my experiences when a patient is close to death. Scary things tend to happen in the days leading up to it. Let's start with my first experience. I won't name names due to the laws and regulations. We will start with Jay. We're going to call them that. And I'm, as the narrator, because I hate reading letters, I'm going to name her Janice. Now, Janice was a retired Marine. Oops, I'm going to now switch genders to Jerry. Jerry was a retired Marine who saw combat in Vietnam and a retired sheriff. Jerry was one bad dude. Years of smoking created a hole in his throat, so it was hard for him to talk. Although you could understand some things. Now, the first thing to change when close to death is the smell coming from one person's body. It's hard to explain, but it just smells like rotting meat. When I noticed the smell on Jerry, I sat with Jerry and talked about life in general. I'm trying not to talk about death, but steering it that way. We finally got onto the topic, and Jerry's just whole attitude flip-flopped. He put up a hand, signaling me to stop talking. He took a deep breath and mustered up some words. Last night, man was in room. My heart sank. Tall and dark, wearing top hat. I could visibly see the fear in Jerry's eyes. Combat and being a sheriff in the 80s couldn't have prepared him for what he saw that night. I had a blank stare. I didn't know what to tell him. He was visibly stressed. He shrugged his shoulders at me and continued watching his show. Maybe an hour or so passed. Jerry was in the living room, and I was in the kitchen. The TV volume was up a bit due to Jerry's hearing. We both sort of jumped when we heard a loud bang in his room across the way. It wasn't a normal sound. It sounded like someone chucked a piece of steak at the floor. It was such a distinctive sound. Even with Jerry's hearing, he heard it. He looked over to me with an eyebrow raised. I assumed it was someone in the house. I looked at Jerry and told him to stay put. I needed to check the house. Now I slowly rounded the corner to the hall. I looked towards his door and saw a shadow from underneath. I slowly crept up to the door and yelled, "Get out of this house now or I'm calling the police." I opened the door quickly. There was nothing. Everything was untouched and in its place. Windows and curtains were left as is. I searched the whole room. There was no one. I went back to Jerry and explained what had happened. He gave me a look and said, "Dark man." I was frozen, scared to turn around. Yet I quickly turned to see nothing behind me, but Jerry was fixed on the corner of the hall. He could see something that I couldn't. Now, Jerry being the badass he was, flipped off the air and turned back to his show. I'm freaking out now. I proceeded to search the whole house, every door and every nook, under beds and closets. Nothing was empty. Now my shift of 12 hours was about to end. The other nurse finally arrived. I let them in and explained what's going on. They are too creeped out. Since they have the overnight shift, I left with a lot of questions and hella spooked. Fast forward to the next day, though. I get a call saying that Jerry passed away during the night. That they found him on the floor beside his bed. The overnight nurse heard a loud thump in the middle of the night and rushed into the room and found Jerry on the floor, not breathing, no pulse. Since he had a DNR, there was nothing we could do. Days later, it was determined that he had a heart attack and tried to leave bed. He had rolled to the edge of the bed and his body rolled off the side, hitting the floor, making a sound like meat hitting a solid floor. The same sound heard the very day before by me and Jerry. Experience 2. I once did live in an in-care for this man, Frank. I'm going to call him Frank. Frank was an older gentleman. He lived in a 110-year-old Victorian home. He was a lifelong mechanic and really smart. He was diagnosed with dementia and Alzheimer's, a mix that would cause a lot of confusion and combative incidents. Besides this, he was as sharp as can be. This one particular night, Frank seemed on edge. I asked what was going on. He explained that he's recently been hearing things, that it was hard for him to sleep. I sort of shrugged it off and helped him into bed. I walked to my room and snuggled into bed ready to sleep. A few minutes passed by and I heard a yell coming from Frank's room. I jumped up and ran over. Frank is in the corner of his bed, fully fetal, scared out of his mind. I flicked the light on and asked what's going on. Frank explained that there was a demon sitting on his desk in the corner watching him. He explained its skin was black like burnt and char, its eyes sunken in with black voids. He said that it smiled at him. Now, as a medical professional, it's imperative that we keep a professional standpoint, but that night shook me to my core. I talked about God with him and prayed with him. All the time, Frank is glancing around me at the desk over and over. He had a look of despair on his face. We finished talking and I head toward the door, and Frank, the manliest man I know, asked the weirdest question with reasonable cause. He said, "Will you sleep on my bed with me?" I sort of chuckled and asked, "Why would I?" Then he cuts me off, and with pure fear in his eyes, he says, "Because it has never left, it's still there. While you were praying, it was mimicking what you were saying in a low demonic tone." Now I'm completely spooked. Nothing could have prepared me for that response. I tried my best to keep a straight face. Remember, professionalism, so I responded, "Of course, but I will sleep on the recliner in the corner." Needless to say, I didn't sleep that whole night. A few weeks passed and it was morning. I was helping Frank out of bed. He turned quickly and was fixed on an old oak stair out the door. He was very distracted. He didn't speak the whole time. And when we walked downstairs, he was fixed on the top the whole time. We sat down for breakfast. He dropped his fork on the plate and sat back, looked me in the eyes. He pointed to the doorway in the kitchen. "Are those your nieces or something?" I was taken back. "What?" I asked, confused. "Those kids there, are they with you?" Now I began to feel a cold wind down my back and chills formed from my head to toe. "Frank, there are no children there." Child's laugh came from the staircase. I jump up. Frank turns toward the corner of the room and asks the wall, "How long have you been dead?" I screamed out, "Frank, what the fuck are you talking about?" "The children there, their clothes, they look old, and their faces are sunken in. They look like they've been decaying for a long time." By now, I jumped up and explained that I needed a moment. I walked out of the kitchen more scared than ever. I collected myself and returned. Frank was there, unfazed, eating his eggs. Most of my experiences have been somewhat scary, even terrifying. But definitely what tops the books is death itself. There are so many unknowns. Many people fear death because the afterlife is an unexplained thing. We only have testimonies from people who've passed for a certain number of minutes. I'm fortunate enough to never brush off death, but I witnessed it firsthand a number of times. Here's one of those stories with the ending hours of Frank's life. Months have passed since the whole kitchen incident. Not much scary has happened besides the occasional noise in the house or footsteps on the oak staircase. Most of the house was original wood floors. Remember, this house was about 110 years old, so anomalies weren't too worrisome. I can only imagine the number of things that happened in that old house. In those months, Frank has had a steady decline in health. It's got to the point that he no longer talks or eats. Hospice is involved. For those who don't know, it's an organization that helps with those close to death. The hospice's goal is to provide comfort. So, Frank most of the time was given regular doses of morphine to make his pending passing more comfortable. I walked into Frank's room to take some routine vitals. I held his wrist with the pointer and middle finger looking for a pulse. Strange, I said to myself. His pulse was barely there. Med personnel call it a thread pulse. And it was slow. I began counting his breathing. I'm in my head watching his chest rise, then fall. 1, I would say to myself. I don't remember the exact count, but I remember panicking. It was way too low for oxygen intake. Now, like most elderly people, DNRs are in effect, so I couldn't do much. I knew he would pass within a few hours, so in order to make his passing more comfortable, I pulled up a chair. I began reading a book to him. The last thing to deteriorate is hearing. Even when comatose, people can still kind of hear what's around them. I was about halfway through the book. For sake of information, Frank has been comatose and in a fluid state due to the morphine, and he doesn't respond or move. Now I was about to have the biggest jump scare of my life. Frank's eyes shot open and began scanning the room at a fast pace. He reached out and grabbed my arm. My heart hit my throat. His breathing intensified. It was quick and shallow. I began trying to pull away. I grabbed Frank's hand, his eyes fixed on me. I was looking right into his eyes. He had this 1,000-yard stare, blank, no expression. He didn't say anything. I was petrified. I didn't move. I just stared into Frank's eyes. His breathing slowed. A tear began to fall from his eye. I mustered up the courage and I said, "It's okay, Frank, it's time to go. Don't be afraid, I'm here with you, you're not alone." And with that, he took a deep breath, and I watched life leave his eyes. It's hard to explain the experience or how you can literally see life leave someone's eyes. I'll do my best to explain. His grip loosened on my arm. His hand turned ice cold. His hand fell to the side. Watching his last breath wasn't a fearful one, more like a relief, like it was finally over. I watched fearful eyes turn into blank, dilated pupils. His head fell towards his pillow, eyes still locked on mine. Even after passing, his eyes stayed open. I reached for his wrist. It's still warm but cold. I searched for a pulse, nothing. I reached for his neck, no pulse. Watch his chest, no rise or fall. I checked my watch. 16:28, time of death. I write it down and I called hospice. They sent out an RN right away. They confirmed death. We call Frank's friend and only known trustee. She's in another state hours away. She asked that we locked up and unplugged appliances. Now the whole ordeal was traumatizing, yet it continued. The coroner arrived hours later. They rolled the gurney in, unzipped their body bag. The smell alone coming from them, like death and cheap cleaner. It's a smell I'll never forget. They walked into Frank's room, wrapped him in his bed sheets. They lift him onto the gurney, wiped down his hospital bed. They had the RN and me fill out a form, gave us a card, and just like that, Frank's body was taken away. Now, Frank was single. He had no children and no family. It was the end of a family line. The RN said her goodbyes and walked out. I was left alone in this giant, empty, quiet house. I began locking up the doors and windows, turning off lights and unplugging appliances. I walk into Frank's room and the smell is just lingering of the coroner. I sit on the chair, still scooted up to his bedside, and sat there for what felt like hours. I'm just thinking about everything that happened. It was hard. Truth be told, I became depressed for quite a while after, questioning everything I knew about life. Watching someone's life slip away while staring them directly in the face messes you up. Ouija boards are bullshit. Right? Right? I was about 18, and I was hanging out at my friend Joanne's house with some other school friends. Can't quite remember how we got onto the subject, but towards the end of the evening, Joanne thought it would be fun to perform a seance. Joanne and her family were from Cape Town, South Africa, and had deep-rooted interest in the spiritual. Or at least, that's what Joan made out to us. With the lights off and candles lit, we all sat around a round table, with cards fanned out around the edge. Each card had a letter of the alphabet, arranged A to Z, and a shot glass placed in the middle. Joanne starts speaking out to the spirits in Afrikaans. I remember pulling a face and rolling my eyes. It was too dark for anybody to take offense. At the time, I was an insufferable, enlightened, atheist teen dork. You know the type, cringy 4chan edgelord who thinks any form of spirituality or religion is beneath me and my superior intellect. I never wore a fedora, but I was damn close. However, what was about to happen made me question everything. It started mundane enough. A few questions were asked, and the shot glass that was resting on her fingers started to move to and fro, until eventually one of my friends asked the spirit if they were associated with anyone in the room. The shot glass moved directly toward me. Incredulous, I asked the spirit if you're associated with me and what my mother's maiden name was. My eyes fixate on the letters that spell out her maiden name, Jones. But the glass just started spelling out something different. First, the glass went to T, then H, then O. I thought then that it was bullshit, as it was completely wrong. Then I was struck by a horrific realization. When my mom was 6 months old, her biological father died of a heart attack, and a year after, she took her stepfather's name. I completely forgot this, and in that moment, as I was expecting the shot glass to read out the maiden name that she had for the majority of her life, but it was actually spelling out her original maiden name, Thompson. It was a fact so trivial that I barely remembered it myself. It was something never talked about, even within my family, as it happened so long ago. It would be hard to believe that any of my friends would know this esoteric piece of my family's history that occurred 20 years before I was even born. But nonetheless, somehow, it being spelled out in front of my own very eyes. Thompson. My school friends and I wouldn't talk about anything deeper than video games and tits at that age, yet there's no way I ever mentioned this to any of them. It's not like one of my pot-smoking loser friends had a copy of my mom's birth certificate, and none of them had ever even met anyone else in my family. There was literally no way anybody could have known this. Before I could contemplate this for too long or ask any other questions to my ghostly associate, Joanne's mom came into the room and turns the lights on, and with a thick South African accent shouts something like, "Bloody hell, Joanne, stop messing around with this silly crap," and put a definitive stop to the proceedings. Ask Reddit. In my senior year of high school, I was stuck in writing class with all grades for a semester. I was sat next to a group of rather loud freshmen, much to my dismay, and despite trying to remain as recluse as possible, one of the freshman girls would occasionally try and chat with me. Because of my grumpy nature, she began calling me Grandpa, rather affectionately, and only she in the group would bother to talk to me. We definitely weren't friends. She was just too loud and bubbly for me. But even as the semester ended and we changed classes, we passed each other every morning on our way to first period, and she would always call out, "Hey, Grandpa," as she passed me with her group of friends. In late March, it begun to buzz around the school that a freshman had committed suicide. It was sad to the upperclassmen, but we never dwelled on it, because beyond hearing about the suicide prevention the assembly freshmen were required to attend, it never affected us. In mid-April, I was running late to my first period, and this particular day stuck out to me because I'd actually done my first period homework, which I never did. And if you showed up late, any work turned out wasn't credited. As I was running down the hall, I saw the freshman girl alone and leaning up against the wall. She looked at me and said, "Hey, Grandpa," in a very sad voice. I quickly said hi and ran off to class without another thought. Fast forward to my last band concert of the year, and the final song was sung by the choir in dedication for the fallen freshmen who had been in the group. I glanced down at the program to see what song they were singing, and for the first time ever I saw the freshman's name. It was the freshman girl. I was immediately frozen stiff, much to my bandmates' confusion, and asked if it was a misprint. Nope, it was her name. I looked her up and the death date in the obituary, and it was March. But I'd seen her in April, alone, and so sad-looking. I cried on my walk home after the concert, and still to this day, I have homework that I was never credited in April because I ran late. If anybody else other than the narrator remembers this, I apologize for my editor having posted a repeat story. But as the reader, I'm pretty sure I've heard this story before, so nope, you're not crazy. Something is always following and touching me. Recently, I have felt something following me around everywhere. I always feel like someone is watching me, and I feel a hand on my shoulder or head when nothing's there. so I keep seeing this thing when I'm outside. It doesn't talk usually, but I keep seeing it wherever I go. It's always behind a tree or hiding. When I was younger, I used to go outside to swing next to a huge tree, and I kept seeing a shadow figure stick its head out. But whenever I actually looked at it, it disappeared. It didn't hurt or scare me. It's sort of like a father. It comforts me, and yes, it may be just an imaginary friend, but it feels real. I keep feeling it touch me on my shoulder, and I feel it next to me, always beside or behind me. When I sleep and face the wall, I feel it behind me. There are times when I see it or hear it in the closet or in the hallway at night, but it doesn't harm me. When I say it doesn't harm me, and it says it brings no threats, it's comforting to me, and I talk to it sometimes, and during school I write about it and I draw it. I might be crazy, but it looks so real and feels real too. It's super tall, no face, no accessories, nothing on it. A shadow figure, really skinny. I can almost see its bones. It has a low, sort of raspy voice. It's nice and kind. It's never made me feel threatened or scared. I feel happy and relaxed and welcome by it. I never can touch it, though. But it can touch me. If I try to touch it, it fades away. It's not around me all the time, but he comes to me when I feel stressed or scared. No one else seems to see him, but I know I see it. Also, I don't just see him behind trees. Sometimes when I swing, I see him next to the road, and once I saw him next to the road somewhere else, but it was signaling me to follow it. The Weeping Cabinet. Back again in my childhood home, where we last left off, with the kitchen walker. This time around, the topic is the weeping cabinet in the dining room. By the time my mom divorced my dad, we had long since turned the dining room into anything but. It was my brother's room, my dad's room, a playroom, and a man cave. The dining room is directly connected to the kitchen, where the kitchen walker's domain is. In said dining room were these 2 glass china cabinets that we had put my dad's old Coca-Cola memorabilia and action figure collection in. When my mom moved out, my dad took over her old room, known as Alcatraz, because it felt separated from the house and the boiler and heating system rattled like you wouldn't believe. And we turned the dining room into a man cave. We had a TV and a futon set up in the middle of the room, with the cabinets to the left of the TV. Flash forward a year, and my dad's packing and moving out across town. I'm spending the night at Dad's, and I'm in the man cave. I got my back to the cabinets, and it's around 1 o'clock in the morning. I suddenly get a feeling like my heart is exploding and my eyes start uncontrollably tearing up. I know for a fact I'm being watched by something standing in front of the cabinets. Just off to the left of my periphery, there is this faceless entity with black just dripping from its chin, like tears streaming down its face. This entity, which has shown up for the first time, just stands there and watches me while I uncontrollably sob for half an hour. You could feel its emotions and tell it was sad, not mad. That made it all the harder to bear. You see, those same cabinets for years would rattle to me and would move the action figures, clink the Coke bottles together, and I'd even hear it sing. My dad had an old Coca-Cola speaker without batteries, but I still remember hearing occasional nursery rhymes. London Bridge, Ring Around the Rosie, and This Little Light of Mine, to name a few. I will go to my grave with the firm belief that the poor ghost wept for our departure. I never got to know it like I did Bethany, the hall ghost, or the kitchen walker, but I will miss it dearly, and I hope if someone takes up residence in that house that they too will be friendly to specters. The ghosts in that house are truly kind and just want to hang out. Hazmat man in Pennsylvania. I was doing a delivery for work about an hour ago from typing this. The delivery was in Grove City, Pennsylvania, and the unloading area was right off of one of the roads in this particular part of town. As the guy started unloading my truck with his forklift, a couple other guys came out just to chat. The guy on the forklift points to the road and asks if he sees what he's seeing. After I told him no and looked at the road, I saw it. There was a tall, broad man wearing a fluorescent yellow jumpsuit that resembled a hazmat suit. It was the same shade of yellow as the stereotypical selection of rain jackets or rain boots. Keep in mind that it's hot and sunny outside today. He was wearing black boots, bulky black gloves that looked like the ones you'd wear in snowy weather, and one of those N95 type masks. All of his skin was covered except for his eyes. This alone was very strange, but his behavior was also very off. He was walking in a very exaggerated manner. It almost looked like he was dance walking. He stopped when a kid about 10 years old happened to ride by him on his bike. He stopped the kid and started talking to him. One of the guys helping unload my truck loudly told us to check if he knows that kid. After that, the man and the boy go in opposite directions. The man then stops, looks at me, and waves. It was hard to tell, but it looked like his eyes were squinted as if he was smiling, a really big smile under his mask. I didn't wave back and just kept watching him. He walked by the guard shack in front of the unloading zone, which blocked my view of him, and then he was gone with no trace. The road was open with no surrounding woods or intersecting roads nearby. It would have been extremely obvious if he came out from around that shack. I walked around to find him and even looked again as I was driving away, but it was like he was never there. What could this have been? Was it some creep or criminal? Was this something paranormal like the Grinning Man, an extraterrestrial, or maybe interdimensional being? It wasn't just mind tricks because at least 5 people in total saw the same thing. Demons attacked my house. I was around 9 or 10 when this happened. I was living in a 1-story, 3-bedroom house with my mom and 3 younger siblings. It was the middle of the winter, maybe late November. While our house was small, the yard and backyard were combined around a football field of land, with a hill and railroad tracks in the backyard. It was noon, and my mom was making lunch, and since I couldn't find anything, I asked her for something to watch. She heard about a documentary on a really haunted house in our hometown of Indiana. In Indiana. I believe the documentary was called The Demon House. I could be wrong, though. I found it and I started watching it. I know it's not something someone my age should have been watching, but anyway, during the entire documentary, the narrator kept saying, "The truth is this video is haunted." Me and my mom thought it was bullshit, and we finished the documentary thinking that it was all right. That night was the worst night I have ever lived through. During the night, I heard banging on my sister's window. Our windows were right next to each other. I told my mom about it, but she thought it was just shrubbery, because there was a tree right next to the window. I went back to my bed, and then it moved to the other side of the house. Went from the back of the house to the left of the house from the front. At this point, it was by the kitchen. At this point, my mom calls the police to see what's going on, but they arrived and the screen door just bangs on the frame that it was supposed to be on. When the cops got there, they said that it was probably just the screen door, After telling them the banging was in the back too, they walked around there and looked around. But what they told us shook me to my core. There were no footprints. It was snowing. I don't remember what happened from there, but when I woke up, that next morning there was banging on the window right next to my head. I jumped up and opened the blinds of my window. There wasn't a thing. My aunt dabbles with stuff like this, so after telling her about it, she came the same day and used incense to ward off bad spirits. After that, there was nothing else that ever came of it, really. My Ouija board experience. Buckle up. When I was in 4th or 5th grade, my best friend was given a Ouija board for her birthday. We loved that thing. For months we would sit with it after school, talking with what we thought were our deceased relatives. I now know that was a lie. You can only communicate with the demonic through this medium, or at least that's what I believe. Eventually, a quote-unquote spirit wouldn't leave her board. His name was Steve, which is kind of ironic because that's also our creepy neighbor's name. Anyways, Steve wouldn't leave the board. Even when we'd ask to speak with our grandparents and other relatives, our relationship with Steve became more and more violent the longer we communicated with him. He would threaten our pets and even our own lives. We kind of thought it was exciting until one day, he took it too far. This day, we brought a third friend to play with us. We were sitting in a circle like normal with our ankles crossed near the board. After playing for a bit and realizing it was Steve, we decided to say goodbye. Only this time, we didn't finish the goodbye because when we looked down, all 3 of us had scratches on our ankles. We snatched our hands away and stood up very quickly, thus ending the conversation. Without saying goodbye, big mistake. We decided then that we needed to get rid of that board, so we brought it on a little walk with us to the neighborhood pond. I held the triangle piece, my best friend held the board, and the third friend had the box. We threw each of them in different locations in the same pond and walked away feeling like $1,000,000. Chanting, "Screw Steve," and everything else. It was only later that night that we realized we had royally messed up. At 3 a.m. exactly, I woke up. The energy in my room was off. It was darker than usual. The shadows were blacker than usual. And then they started moving. It was like an entire demonic portal opened up in my room, and the energy went haywire. That first night was the worst. I felt so alone, I was so scared. I buried my face underneath the covers and somehow fell back asleep. The next day, I told my friends about it, and they couldn't believe it either. The exact same thing happened to them at the exact same time. We realized pretty quickly what that meant. We were haunted by the board, and we were for the next 3 months or so that we would wake up to the slightest every single time, every single night. We would wake up to that sight. We even had a group chat going and would pretty much all communicated at 3 a.m. It was terrifying, and we really thought it was never going to end. The third friend grew to resent us for a little while because she had only played with us that horrible day, poor girl. Anyways, the story does have a happy ending, sort of. The haunting came to an end one day after a heavy rainstorm. Somehow, the board washed up in my friend's backyard, completely put back together in the same box with hardly any water damage. My friend kept it underneath the stairs in the basement for many years, so we had never hung out in the basement alone. Eventually, she did something and kind of left it at a friend's house after a sleepover. Pretty sure the girl doesn't even know that she has it. After that, her basement didn't seem creepy anymore, and we never woke up at 3 a.m. to that site again. There might be a spirit following and pranking me. I've always been able to see, hear, and feel ghosts and spirits since I was a kid. My ability isn't quite strong, so it doesn't happen all of the time, but I've for the most part gotten used to it, and have had contacts and actually made me laugh too. With that said, I think there may be something following me, but I'm not totally sure yet. The first incident happened earlier this week. I was in my bed laying down and browsing Facebook when I heard a dog whining, literally right next to my face. We had 3 dogs, 2 smaller and 1 medium-sized one. The smaller dogs usually sleep in the bed with me, while the mid-sized dog sleeps in my husband's room. The thing is, all 3 dogs were not in the room with me at the time. The mid-sized dog was in hubby's room, while smaller dogs were hanging out with hubby in the living room. I sat up in the double check, and sure enough, no dog in my bed or room. I called out to them, and one of them ran down the hallway and into the room, and a few seconds later, the other one came too. I didn't think more and told them to go to sleep, so they did. Last night, as I was leaving my sister's house, I did what I always do. I turned on the porch light, opened the door, and looked down to get a key out of my purse. As I was doing that, I felt a presence, and at the same time, a kissing sound right in front of me. It literally made me stumble back and look up in shock. Naturally, there was nothing. It spooked me enough that I quickly put the key in the lock, closed the door, locked it, and left. All without turning off the porch light. Sorry, sis. I haven't been spooked like this in quite a while now. Last year at the old office building, which I actually didn't mind most of the time, since most of the time they were quite juvenile. This time it didn't feel malicious either, but both incidents were loud enough to catch my attention. Unveil the extraordinary with us at Paranormal M. Subscribe and turn on notifications to dive into the depths of the unexplainable. Prepare to be captivated by our latest mind-boggling stories. Enjoy the ride. Sleepless Journey. Real story. In the quiet town where I lived, something peculiar started to unfold. A relentless bout of sleeplessness that defied all reason. It began innocently enough, with a few nights of restlessness and an ever-present feeling of unease. But as time wore on, an eerie presence seemed to seep into my waking hours, infusing the air with an unsettling energy. The once familiar glow of the moon lost its soothing touch, casting an ominous light upon the night. Sleepless nights turned into harrowing ordeals, plagued by an unyielding inability to find solace in slumber. The stillness of the night air felt heavy, as if unseen eyes were silently watching my every move. With each passing night, reality began to blur with the surreal. Whispers echoed through the recesses of my mind, ethereal voices that beckoned from realms beyond human understanding. Shadows danced with an uncanny life, their eerie movements conjuring visions of nameless terrors that sent shivers down my spine. Driven by desperation, I sought guidance from those versed in the mystical and the unknown. Through whispered rumors and clandestine networks, I came upon an enigmatic figure, a witch who claimed knowledge of the hidden forces that ensnared me. Within the witch's house, a dimly lit room adorned with peculiar objects, an air of ancient wisdom hung in the air. The energy crackled, pregnant with a mysterious power, as the witch draped in a cloak led me through ancient rituals and incantations. In the chamber adorned with symbols that seemed to writhe upon the walls, the witch invoked forces beyond mortal comprehension. Candlelight flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to possess an eerie sentience. Whispers filled the air, carrying the weight of forgotten knowledge and ancient secrets. As the witch chanted in an unfamiliar tongue, a rift in reality materialized before me. A door to the unseen, a portal bridging our world with the realms shrouded in mystery. A presence, simultaneously awe-inspiring and disconcerting, emanated from the depths of that void, its ethereal touch brushing against the edges of my consciousness. Summoning my resolve, I resisted the entity's mesmerizing allure, bolstered by determination to reclaim my restless nights. The witch's incantations grew in strength, merging with my own inner fortitude to form a barrier against the insidious presence that sought to consume me. In a burst of ethereal light, the entity recoiled, its power waning against the strength of my will. The void closed, severing the connection to those unseen realms, and I found myself standing on the precipice of a transformed existence. Through sleepless nights persisted, a newfound awareness of the otherworldly allowed me to navigate the darkness with an unwavering spirit. Now I walk the delicate line between the ordinary and the supernatural, forever touched by the lingering presence of that otherworldly encounter. Sleepless nights continue, haunted by the echoes of that ethereal force. But I'm no longer its captive. I am the guardian of my own fragile reality, forever mindful of the uncharted depths that lie beyond the realm of mortal slumber. The Chupacabra. What do you think of this? The story behind the Chupacabra phenomenon is a fascinating tale that emerged in the late 20th century, specifically in Puerto Rico. The term Chupacabra translates to goat sucker in Spanish, and it refers to a creature that allegedly attacks and kills livestock, particularly goats, by draining their blood. The Chupacabra legend began in the early 1990s when reports of mysterious animal attacks started circulating in Puerto Rico. Farmers and residents discovered their livestock dead with puncture marks on their bodies and completely drained of blood. The media picked up on these accounts, and soon the story spread throughout the island and beyond. Descriptions of the Chupacabra varied, but a common depiction emerged as a creature roughly the size of a small bear or large dog, with reptilian-like skin, spines or quills on its back, red glowing eyes, fangs, and a long tongue. Some witnesses claimed it could hop or fly short distances as well. As the reports gained attention, the Chupacabra phenomenon expanded beyond Puerto Rico. Similar sightings and livestock killings were reported in other Latin American countries such as Mexico, Chile, and Argentina, as well as in parts of the United States, primarily in the southwestern states like Texas and New Mexico. The Chupacabra became a source of intrigue and fear, with some people even speculating that it was an extraterrestrial or a government experiment gone wrong. Various theories and urban legends were born, fueling the mystery surrounding this creature. In reality, the Chupacabra sightings can be attributed to a combination of factors. The original reports in Puerto Rico were likely influenced by the widespread belief in supernatural creatures and legends in the region. As the story spread, it is possible that some cases of animal attacks, possibly by feral dogs or other predators, were misinterpreted or embellished to fit the Chupacabra narrative. The Chupacabra gained more attention and notoriety due to media coverage, which led to an increase in reported sightings. In some cases, the creature found and identified as Chupacabras turned out to be known animals with mange or other diseases that altered their appearance. While the Chupacabra phenomenon has persisted and become a part of popular culture, skepticism remains regarding its existence as a distinct creature. Many experts and scientists attribute the reported sightings to a combination of misidentification, folklore, and urban legends. The story behind the Chupacabra phenomena is a captivating mix of folklore, media attention, and sensationalism. It originated in Puerto Rico in the early 1990s, but it's sort of expanded into other countries, causing intrigue and fear among the public. While the legend of the chupacabra continues to captivate people's imaginations, the evidence supporting its existence as a unique creature remains elusive. Need help and advice on this situation. So recently, my wife and I just felt off about our home. I've recently had a nightmare where something is trying to drag me out of bed, and it feels evil. My wife and I have heard things at night a while ago, and it normally was 3 things around 3 a.m. My mother-in-law came over to hang out with my wife today while I was at work. I'll just start off by saying that she's sensitive to energies related to spirits and believes in the afterlife. While she was here, she was saying that she was picking up on the bad energy and that it was unfriendly. She was in the laundry room and felt it try to pass through her, but told it to leave her alone. Before I got home, she saged our home and told it to leave us alone politely, asking it to show itself to her tonight in her dream, or for her grandmother to tell her. Her late grandmother is someone that comes to her in her dreams or sends messages. Just probably an hour before I'm posting this, the dog we're watching for a bit just ran out of our room barking and growling, almost like he was trying to chase something out of our room. He's not a big dog, he's a dachshund, but he stopped right before the kitchen and growled a little more before coming back to the bedroom. I think a cat haunts my house. I just got off the phone with one of my friends, who is pretty into paranormal stuff, and after talking to him, I decided to post onto here. I don't really know when the first experience happened. I believe I was anywhere from 8 to 11. I was about to go to sleep around 2 a.m. and I felt a cat walk up to my bed and lay down around my pelvis. I took my hand and put it where I thought I felt the cat, and there was an indentation where a cat had been laying, and it was warm, unlike the rest of my bed at the time. About a year later, we found a small kitten inside my brother's engine. The cat couldn't have been older than a few weeks old, and we live in the middle of nowhere with a lot of snakes, so I don't know how the cat would have gotten there without getting killed. The cat died only a few weeks later due to my dog having a disliking for new cats. After probably 2 years of not hearing anything, I heard what sounded like a cat walking down the stairs. I ended up hearing this sound for a good 2 to 3 month period. It was only when somebody was upstairs, like it would see someone was up there, and walked after them about 2 minutes in between my parents going upstairs. Then the cat would go. Most recently, I hear what sounded like somebody walking down the house when I was home alone, and I decided to do a house sweep to make sure no one was inside, and no one was. When I made it back to my room, I decided to lock my door just to be safe, and within 5 minutes, I started hearing scratching at my door, like down at the bottom of my door where a cat would be. Personally, I think my house is haunted by a cat, but I would love to hear y'all's takes. How I know for certain reality isn't what it seems, the most surreal moment of my life. Just over 10 years ago, 2 friends and I were sitting in a KFC. We were all on the booth side of the tables in a row. I was on the far left typing on my BlackBerry. I finished typing and I look to my right and I get a huge jolt of adrenaline. My body goes into fight or flight because I know I've seen this exact image in a dream before. Do you know how when you wake from a dream, you remember it all in intricate detail, but after an hour, all you can remember is vague images that are familiar, but you couldn't really describe what was happening in it to someone anymore. Well, when I looked up, it unlocked the dream memories, because I know I had this dream exact months previously. But it gets stranger. In my dream, I remember when I turned my head to the left, a woman was coming around the corner holding a child's hand. So I turned my head to the left, and a woman is coming around the corner holding a child's hand. So I stood up and said to my friends frantically, I've dreamt this exact moment before. And they said nothing. Neither of them even acknowledged what I was saying, despite how much I was trying to make them listen. I get it, because if someone said this to me, I'd recommend that they go to the hospital. But this really did happen. They finished their food and we got back in the car and got on with our day. The whole time I was having an existential crisis in silence. This wasn't déjà vu. I've had déjà vu a million times before. But maybe déjà vu is a very mild version of this. I know for certain that consciousness extends beyond our physical bodies, in the here and now. Unfortunately, I can't prove it. I can only tell you what happened to me. But if anyone else has had experiences like this, I really would like to hear about them. I'm a nurse at a palliative care unit in an old hospital. I'm a nurse at a care unit in an old hospital. If you're a nurse at one of these units like me, or know a nurse, please read or listen until the end. I could use your help. Throughout my years working at this hospital, I've seen a lot, especially being in a palliative care unit. You see a lot of things other people wish they wouldn't. For some of us, at some point, we just have to accept things as they are. The unit I work in has 9 beds in 9 different bedrooms, all spread along a long corridor. At the start of the corridor is the lift, and coming out of it, you'd find the cleaning room on your right, where we keep all the cleaning equipment and products, and the nurse's room on your left, along with the entrance through the stairs. Because of the building and the patient's safety, so we can access the other floors easily if in need, the administration forbade us from locking the stairs doors. This isn't ideal because some of our patients, in their delusions, can go across our room's door unnoticed and will be a danger to themselves. So we always keep the door closed by tying a bedsheet around the door handle to keep them together. This is important so you know why what comes next started out so strange. The nurse's room is where we'll spend most of the night shifts doing all kinds of activities, including resting and actually sleeping. Usually late at night, my routine would include checking on all of our patients, checking on all the doors and windows to make sure that they're all locked properly, checking on the doors to get to the stairs, and then spend most of the night checking patient files. This night in particular, I had finished with my rounds, and I was checking on all the cameras. When my nursing auxiliary came into the nurse's room, she asked me if anything else was needed, or if she was okay to sleep for a while. I told her she was fine, just to go to sleep. So she took her shoes off, laid down with her back to the room, and me facing the wall, and went to sleep. I was reading a new patient's file who was coming into our unit soon, to know what to expect and how to behave around him, when I started hearing footsteps walking up and down the unit's corridor. At first, I ignored them, thinking I was just tired and that my ears were playing tricks on me. It wouldn't be the first time. As they persisted, though, I started wondering what was going on. I took another look at the cameras, but each and every one of the bedroom and corridors sort of feed seamlessly and completely normal. I believe they meant to write feels and seemed completely normal. Sorry, a lot of these stories are talk to text, so I don't really get very many clues as I'm reading these stories as to how to read them. I just try my best. On with the story. The steps, though, kept coming all the way into the nurse's room, stopping about 2 steps away from showing at my door, then turning around and walking back all the way to the opposite end of the corridor. I waited to see if anything changed, but when it didn't, I stood up to go check. That's when one of our patients, the one in room number 7, started calling us frantically. My auxiliary nurse was still asleep, so I walked carefully out of the room, peeked out of the room and looked around. There was nothing there, and the footsteps had stopped, so I rushed to the patient's room. When I got there, he was shouting frantically, huddling against the bed's headboard with what seemed like renewed energy, shouting at me to tell the man in the top hat sitting in the chair in the room to go away and leave him be. Usually with patients like these in this state of stress, we just go along with their delusions to calm them down. If there are nurses watching, which I hope there are, you'll know what I mean. In this case, with him screaming in the room, I turned toward the chair and started talking to this imaginary man in a top hat, telling him that he needed to go, that the visiting hours were done, and that he needed to leave right now or we'd have to call security. After this, the patient calmed down, thanked me for sending the man away, and lay back down to rest. I went back to the nurse's room and back to studying the new patient. As I walked back in, my heart stopped. All I felt was panic gripping my heart inside of me. As I stood there not knowing what to do and looking at the surveillance cameras, there was a big shadow standing in the middle of the frame of the camera recording, at the end of the corridor, right in front of the bedroom I had just been in. I took 1 step back and leaned backward to check if I could see anything there. There was nothing. I gave the cameras another quick glance, and the shadow was still there, standing terrifyingly still in front of this patient's bedroom door. This time, though, when I turned to look directly at the corridor again, this thing was there. For a moment, it felt like everything froze in place, and I just stood there, looking at it like a fool. Then, slowly, it turned towards me, a pair of strange, dark red eyes showing. It stood like that for a bit, screeched at me, and flew into the patient's bedroom, slamming the door behind it. My auxiliary nurse jumped awake at the slam of the door and started frantically asking me what was going on. I was out of breath by now. I told her what I had just seen, what had just happened. She couldn't believe me. I asked her to come with me to the patient's bedroom, and she agreed, starting to become curious. We walked slowly through the corridor, passing every door carefully. I was afraid that anything would just come flying at us. When we got to the bedroom, this thing flew into that I pushed the door without going in to check for any kind of danger and immediately felt a breath of freezing air hit me in the face. The air conditioner was on in every room and set to 23 degrees, so this was not normal. Nothing came flying at us like I was afraid would happen, but there, right in the patient's bed, there was this shadow. I could tell it was a man, tall and strong, with a top hat over his head. I asked my auxiliary nurse if she could see him, not expecting a no. However, that's what I got. She couldn't see anything standing there, and definitely not as clear as I could. Slowly, the shadow turned towards me again. This time, it didn't scream. This time, it slowly dissipated. Immediately, I calmed down. Not only could I not see it anymore, I also couldn't feel it. The sense of calm overcame me, and the patient seemed okay, so we left the room. We went back to the nurse's room. My colleague went back to sleep, and I didn't rest until I checked the rest of the unit to make sure everyone was safe. After that, I couldn't help but stare at the cameras every minute for the rest of the night. Eventually, our shift was over, and we basically become the shift with the most intense experience I ever had. The next day when night came, and I did all my rounds, I went inside to room number 7 to check on that patient. When I came closer to him, I realized he had passed away. This was my first experience with the shadow man in the top hat, but it wasn't the last, and it's still ongoing. I'm the only one who can see him around the unit, which freaks everyone out. Every single time I see him, it's under the same circumstances. I walk into a patient's room, and there's his shadow at the foot of their bed. I wait for a little while until he turns to me and dissipates. 1 or 2 days later, the patient passes away. This is a real story, and it's something I have to live with almost every day now. I'm not sure if this thing is killing people or announcing their deaths, but if you're a nurse in a similar unit or know someone who is, please share this with them and comment what you know about it. I need to know what this is, how to deal with it, and if anyone else has experienced the same as me. Even if it's a different looking entity. I can keep you updated on here if people are engaging and want to know more. Let me know if you have any updates, and I'll make sure to bring them. If you're dealing with something like this yourself, know that you're not the only one. Maybe this will help you feel less afraid. Stepdad's Ghost Haunting. When I was 16, 39 now, my stepdad died of lung cancer in the house that I lived in. It was a very sad process, as he didn't want to die, never accepted his fate while he was alive. Towards the end, he was so high on meds he didn't have any grasp on reality. The reason I mention that fact is I believe when he died, he didn't realize he was dead. Now the happenings after his passing. My mom took a second job, and I was home alone a lot. During this time, I would hang out in the basement most of my time, and I would hear footsteps walking from their room to the kitchen, often, and would think my mom was, just home. I would head upstairs and nobody was there. But often cabinet doors would be open and the lights would be turned on that I knew were off. I had a very vivid dream where he was telling me about how much better he's feeling and how his hair is growing back, even on his feet. As I woke up from this dream, I was basically convulsing and making this very bizarre snorting noise. That's when I saw him walking out of my room. I had friends over for some drinking and card playing. I decided to go to sleep upstairs in my room, and 3 of my friends were sleeping in the basement. I was woken up by them in my room with them asking me, "How did you do that?" Totally confused, I had no idea what they were talking about. They told me the basement lights were flickering and a radio turned on with song lyrics playing with something along the lines of, "This is my house." They were convinced I was playing some elaborate prank. I wasn't. The footsteps and cabinet door instances would continue, and I became accustomed to hearing noises coming from their room where he died. Noises that sounded like someone going through their things or just moving around. The last time I ever experienced anything from him was the strangest experience of all. I was home alone again, and this time in the upstairs living room, which was right by their bedroom. The bedroom door was open and I was on the couch watching TV. I started to think that I heard something, so I muted the volume and listened. What I heard was very distinct and unmistakable breathing coming from the room. It was distressed and progressively getting louder. I yelled out, "Okay, I hear you. I know you're here. Please stop haunting me. If you want to communicate, visit me in my dreams." The breathing immediately stopped, and I just sunk as far into the couch as possible and tried to continue to watch TV. Now, my mom really didn't know how to deal with his death. This was her soulmate, and she was completely destroyed. She started seeing a guy that she worked with soon after, probably needed comfort or something that I couldn't understand then. Whatever the case, he was over at the house spending time about a month after his death. Whenever he was over, I could feel my stepdad. The best way to describe it, I could just feel his energy and he wasn't happy. The night I heard the breathing and told him to communicate with me in my dreams, I had a dream that night about my mom and her new boyfriend. They were hugging each other, and then my stepdad came storming out of their room, chasing the guy out of the house. What I took away from that was that he didn't want this man near my mom. Come to find out, he was married and ended up being a ridiculous situation. Since that night, I told him to stop. I never experienced anything else in that house. My mother would see him where she worked often out of the corner of her eye, or she would smell him. One day she called me freaking out saying, I saw him. I turned the corner and he was there, standing in the aisle looking right at me. He still looked sick and very sad. She said he was a full-body apparition and was visible for about 5 seconds. Long enough for her to say, I see you. This was the last time her or I had contact. That might have been the final goodbye. He was a great man. Miss him dearly. Ask Reddit. Many houses I've lived in have been haunted. I have reason to believe it's because my sister and I are conduits for the supernatural. My father and his brother were using a Ouija board when we were children. After playing with it for a while, the two of us, still infants, started screaming. Since then, both my sister and I have seen things in our dreams before that happened in perfect detail. She faints and sees them. I just see them in my dreams. I'm also a lucid dreamer, so I can interact with it and I'm aware it's a dream. Last week, my light started flickering in my new house. Been here a few months. Only had a few odd instances. Passed off as the wind, perhaps. Doors slowly closing without anyone nearby. Doors opening when locked and closed tightly. Having to close more doors than I open at night. But anyway, yesterday I let my dog out as I do every morning. After he was out on his chain, I went back in. When I went to grab the door to close it, it slammed itself shut forcefully. That day, the flickering lights had been intense. I've not had anything else since yesterday except my light flickered a little bit, and the temperature dropped a few degrees. My cat is always trying to attack something that isn't there, but I think she's just a little bit schizo. Ask Reddit. I was 5 years old. My brother was 3. Family decided to take a day trip to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Dad is a Civil War enthusiast, and he was excited to see the spot that was called Devil's Den, where there had been apparently a high amount of soldiers killed in that battle, one of the bloodiest in the war. I remember it was August. It was hot and pretty humid that day. I remember walking with my parents up this hill when my parents were approached by this one guy dressed in full-fledged Union. Just Union uniform, I guess you could call it. I think I remember wondering why he was dressed that way when it was so hot. I genuinely thought he was a tour guide because they make the tour guides dress that way, or did when I went then. I don't remember the conversation between him and my parents. I think I just shrugged it off as adult talk. We got up to the top of this hill, a rocky cliff, which is important to note later in the story, where he was pointing out stuff to my parents, but mostly my dad. There was only one way off and onto this hill, and that was the path that we just took. I remember starting to get bored when he pointed something out for my brother and for me to look at. I remember walking up to the edge and looking down, seeing nothing. When I turned around to tell him so, he wasn't there, like at all, like vanished. My parents, brother, and I walked all the way down the hill looking for him, but didn't see him. Some things I found out later from my dad when I was older. 1. he greeted my dad by his first name, which spooked him because he'd never seen the guy before in his life. 2, he told my dad he was from a town not far from Gettysburg, and pointed out various towns to him on that hill. Later found out all those towns were destroyed in the Civil War. 3, the park didn't have any tour guides wear uniforms because it was too hot that day. Dad said he even noticed the guy wasn't sweating. I'm a skeptic, but I can honestly say I can't explain this. This happened on vacation with my parents. Every summer we have a tradition of going up to Wisconsin and having a really chill, short vacation. And this year we rented a VRBO. I don't know what that is. It was honestly a really nice place. I was also told that it was pretty old, but I'm not sure exactly how old. It happened the night before we left. I was laying in my bed, about to fall asleep, when I heard the doorknob turn and my door crack open. Thinking it was one of my parents, I said, "What the fuck?" But I didn't hear anyone respond. I thought maybe one of them was just checking on my door or something, so I didn't panic, even though I was weirded out. I mentioned that morning that somebody tried to open my door during the night, and my parents mentioned that they both heard the doorknob turn and the door open, and thought I was going to the bathroom or something. Now, I've had doors open on their own before. I remember when I was a kid, there was this one door in my grandparents' house that never latched properly and would open at unexpected times, and I was freaked out the very first few times that it happened. If this is what happened with the door in question, I wouldn't be making this post. In fact, that doorknob turned as if someone was struggling to get my door open. That's what freaked me out. I think my dad is possessed. For a bit of context, around 5 years ago, there was a night where my dad left for work in the morning and never returned home. We became increasingly worried when he wasn't answering his phone and called the police. Eventually, he was found, and it later came out that he was in a building that he works in that's known to be haunted for hours. Following this, I feel stupid for not picking up on the signs, but he was attending church and constantly reading prayers. I just thought that he had gotten more invested into religion. Particularly in recent months, I've noticed my dad to be acting increasingly more strange. He'll have delayed response times and move slowly, and sometimes just be confused. Around half an hour ago, I overheard him on the phone, talking to his mom, my grandmother, and he explained how no one understands that for the last 5 years he's been dealing with spirits, evil spirits like the devil, who insult him and call him names, and tell him to do things like kill himself. He stated that if something such as stupid as suicide was to happen, then it wasn't of his own doings, as he'd never do anything like that. He explained how the demons controlled him and caused him to do things like kicking his legs uncontrollably, which he isn't doing. In his room, on a cabinet next to his bed, he has a picture of Jesus. He says when he wakes up in the morning and looks at the picture, his stomach flattens and makes a growling noise. When he walks away, it inflates again. I find this particularly weird, but completely believe it. I asked my mom about the missing time I had as a kid. It happened when I was 6. She remembers waking up and seeing me next to the side of her bed. She said I was talking and saying nobody listened to me. Then I got into bed and asked her to leave her lamp and TV on before I went to sleep. She said that soon after is when I started to have explicit nightmares about aliens and monsters, as I put it, kidnapping me through my bedroom window. And when I started getting really deep into TV shows about the paranormal, she doesn't remember the lights, but she also doesn't remember me opening her door and walking in. From then on, for a little while, I would wake up in the middle of the night and go to her bedroom to ask to sleep with her, because I was that scared. I haven't been able to sleep with the lights off since then. Again, I don't remember any of this. My mom also said that shortly before the incident of lost time, I started seeing a shadow figure in the house. I called him Stephen, and for some reason I was really adamant that it was spelled with a PH and not a V. My mom thought it was just an imaginary friend. Then she saw the shadow of a man standing over me while I was sleeping, who then disappeared into thin air when she turned the lights on. 6 years ago, my mom found out that there was a family in the neighborhood, before they moved in, whose sons were drafted for the Vietnam War. Only one came home, Stephen. In 1978, he took his own life on the same day that I would be born 20 years later. I don't know if the two things are related, but that was the timeline of events that my mom helped me piece together. It still doesn't explain what happened completely, but at least someone remembers something. My mom said that she'd try to see if she could remember more and tell me if she did. Ask Reddit. Attended a school back in 2013 to 14, and it was so haunted I still don't believe it. Me and many other students, but also some of the teachers working there, saw things go flying in the air, heard footsteps, were sometimes touched by something that we couldn't see, and had various new and expensive equipment. Myself, I had an iPhone 5, and a fully spec'd late 2012 iMac at that time, fail whenever the ghost, quote-unquote, entered the room. The various tech problems all disappeared as soon as I left the school and took my stuff back home with me, by the way. The iMac's still in use today by my uncle, and he experiences no issues with it to this date. So to my first serious experience at the school. One night I was alone with a girl at my student house. Everyone else was partying down at the school building, when suddenly we started hearing footsteps from the attic upstairs. It was a tiny room up there. There was only really enough space for storing some torn hiking equipment, like a few backpacks and such. After maybe half a minute or so, the footsteps started coming down the stairs from the attic. At this point, me and my best friend went dead silent, and we were both just staring towards the door that went to the attic. The footsteps came all the way down and went into the living room where we were sitting. At this point, the sound of the footsteps switched from sounding like someone walking around in big boots into what sounded more like somebody coming wet and barefoot out of the shower or a tub. When the sound got to the middle of the room, which was right in front of where me and this girl were sitting, it stopped. And for a few brief moments, there was nothing but dead silence. The girl and I just looked at each other for like 5 to 10 seconds before my eyes caught something going on behind the girl's back. We were sitting in a couch together, and behind her were these huge windows that went from the floor all the way up to the ceiling. They had some seriously huge blinds as well. And so I watched this pretty heavy lead thing that certain industrial blinds have be lifted all the way up from the floor to just above the middle of the window. There it kept floating in the air for about 5 seconds, before it was punched into the window with such force that I'm sure the window would have broke if it hadn't been for those thick blinds protecting it. The girl didn't see this as it happened from behind her back, but you can be sure that she heard the noise. In fact, she got so scared that she literally jumped into my lap screaming. That's the moment when I stopped trying to give possible natural explanations to everything paranormal. Who have we seen? So there is this long-time abandoned house in a park near mine. It's already almost fully demolished, only 3 walls remain, and the yard around. And me and some friends used to go there to explore, since it didn't belong to anyone. There was this particular time where me and my friend wanted to go there to see if it was good to shoot a short film. So we got up the hill and entered the yard. There was nobody, obviously, and that park is basically as abandoned as the house, and nobody goes there. Especially, after that fire that occurred that burnt everything, house included. Even though it's all rocks, so I don't really know how that could have burned. So as we entered the yard, we saw a large pile of rocks crumbled down inside the 3 walls. And my friend spotted an ancient sewing machine. It was like super heavy and rusty. It looked gold. For some reason, he wanted to bring it home, so I helped him take it. For all the time, though, I felt like a weird feeling all around, as if we were being watched. So as we took the sewing machine and turned around, I literally froze for a second. There was this lanky, pale woman standing in the middle of the yard. She appeared from nothing. We heard nothing, there was nothing, no one, and this woman pops up with her dog from air. She was really pale. I'd say her skin was completely white, and her dog was weird too. It was little, still no barking. It was like frozen, except it was trembling. So this woman said, "You're not supposed to be here." It seemed like a whisper, but it was much louder. It wasn't. So my friend was about to say something, but she said again, "This is private property." I swear I didn't see her blink once. She just was staring at us. So I said we were just looking around and we were going away. She stayed silent. So we just put away the sewing machine and got out of there. Before I opened the gate, she said, "Don't come back." Right after we got out, I peeked back in with my head and there was no one. So I got back in time, checked, and heard no sound, saw no person. Like she vanished. Need help identifying what chased me. For some background, I, a 13-year-old female, have been able to see spirits my whole life. Unfortunately, this has drawn malicious entities to me and my family, and it's angered them whenever they haven't been able to fuck with me mentally because they know I can see them, which has caused me to be physically harmed by an entity in the past. But that's not what this post is about. Not only that, but my family lives in an area which used to be a World War II camp, where all the soldiers got killed in a blitz, and before that, it used to be an ancient burial site. So that does contribute to more than regular malicious activity. Tonight, around 11 p.m., I had a meltdown, and I ran out into the street incredibly angry and contemplating running into the road. But I heard something calling my name. It was a male voice, but it was very warped and obviously not human. I didn't turn around, and I ran, to which I heard whatever the being was chasing after me. When I eventually thought I'd lost the thing, I stopped for a couple of minutes to regain my breath. I started hearing what sounded like a cat meowing. However, there were no cats at all where I was. When I started to run again, I heard something chasing behind. When I stopped a third time to regain my breath, I was stupid enough to stop in a very shadowy area. And I heard what can only be described as the noise security cameras make when they turn, like a hissing, directly behind me, very loudly. I ran again, and this time I saw what looked like a completely black hand moving across the road directly in front of me. I very luckily got back home safe, however. I have no clue what the thing was, and I'd like to know if anyone has any idea of what thing it could have been, as I'd like to know. From what I can tell, it was attracted to the fact that I was very strongly upset and angry. I have PDA autism, which causes my emotions to be much more intense than a non-autistic person's. It was able to mimic voices and sounds, and could detach parts of its body. Ask Reddit. Happened a few years ago when me and my buddies went into the woods around 9 p.m. To get to the woods, you have to cross an old road that leads to a waterworks factory. This road separates the housing estate in the woods. Well, we were crossing this road and decided to enter through a different place that we'd never been to before. And we were only halfway down the road when something whistled at us. You may be thinking, it's probably just your mates, or something like that. But this was different. We knew it was coming from the bushes almost instantly, and legged it back towards the houses. Naturally, my fight or flight impulses kicked in and I ran, but in the complete opposite direction to my buddies. They ran back the way that they came. For some stupid reason, I ran straight towards the place the whistle came from. Realized I was going the wrong way, screamed, saw a silhouette of a man in the bush, and nearly fell over trying to turn around. We all regrouped and made the ultimate collective decision to go back in. Nothing. No person, no second whistle, no speakers or anything. The silhouette I saw was gone. So we went into the trees, found an opening, like a little circle on the ground amongst the trees. We found a little teddy bear, as if it was deliberately placed and positioned where it was. Sitting on top of 2 twigs made to look like a cross, and 4 other sticks holding the bear in place. We took a picture, left, and never came back. I've since lost contact with my buddies, due to me starting college and them entering their final year of high school. But I tried going there through the day just last week. But all the paths have been blocked by fallen trees due to a recent red warning winds in the UK. Storm Arwen ruined a beautiful forest and buried a mystery that we never got to solve. Big hotel spook in England. Me and my boyfriend stayed at a pub hotel in the early summer, back when we were long distance, and boyfriend was still living in a different region. He would regularly come up to see me, and we'd stay in different hotels in my area of England, because I lived with my family. In this pub in the room we were staying in, we had been having a little bit of an argument. Before it could really escalate, I decided to go outside and sit in my car for 5 minutes. So I left the hotel and sat in my car, which was in the car park, a little after 9 p.m. When I returned to the room about 5 minutes later, my boyfriend told me that we were in trouble with the manager for being noisy. He told me that after he returned to the room, the manager had knocked on our room door and told him off for making a noise, saying that he had received 2 complaints about the noise that we had been making. Before we checked out the next morning, I was looking out of our room window and saw a young couple also leaving, and wondered if it had been them who'd been annoying everybody, and who had complained perhaps. We went out for breakfast, and things about the complaint didn't add up to me. For one, we weren't that loud and hadn't been arguing for even that long before I went out to my car. So how had 2 people managed to complain, and for that complaint to go straight to the manager, all in the space of 5 minutes that it took for me to walk to my car and back? I concluded to my boyfriend that the manager must have just heard us himself and made up that 2 different guests had complained. Fast forward to the afternoon of that day that we checked out, and we unexpectedly needed to book another night at this pub hotel due to the trains all being on strike, when boyfriend was due to travel back home. While I was at work, my boyfriend went back to the pub and checked us in for another night. He apologized for us being noisy the night before to the woman who was checking him in again. This woman said she hadn't known about us having made a noise, My boyfriend told her that the manager had knocked on her door last night and told him off. The woman member of the staff said that that was odd, because the only staff they have on at night was the chef and the young male bartender, and neither of them go upstairs, and that their manager was a woman with blonde hair, not a man. The female member of staff said that she doesn't know who this man was. None of the staff do, but that other guests have also told her the same, that a man had knocked on their door complaining about the noise, implying to be the manager. Well, the man my boyfriend had spoken to was in his 60s, with gelled back salt and pepper hair, and he was really freaking mean. My boyfriend recalled to me later that when he apologized, this man just glared at him and didn't make a move to leave, so my boyfriend just awkwardly shut the door on him. My boyfriend asked who else had stayed there, but was told that us and the other young couple I saw leaving were the only guests that previous night. This left us questioning who on earth the man who knocked on the door was pretending to be the manager. Who was that? So that night we were feeling quite creeped out. We were in a different room that was just opposite the one that we'd previously stayed in. Anyway, eventually we forgot about it and were having a bit of a laugh when a really hard knock on our room door rang out. My heart sank, and I was telling my boyfriend not to answer because it's the man again. He, of course, answered anyway. The door was about 2 to 3 feet from the bed that we were on. He opened the door, and there wasn't anybody there or in the corridor, which we were at the very end of. It was a long, straight, creaky corridor. Well, we were terrified by now. The next day, my boyfriend emailed the pub explaining the situation and saying that we were concerned that perhaps a weird stranger was knocking on doors in their hotel. We gave them the exact times of both incidents and asked them to check on their CCTV cameras, one of which was right next to both of the rooms that we'd stayed in. The manager replied to his email with this. It's a screenshot of the email my boyfriend received from the pub, but since I can't attach images, I have transcribed the email. It goes as follows. Dear Mr. So-and-so, following your recent complaint about another guest knocking at your door late at night, we reviewed our CCTV footage from 8/6/23 and 9/6/23. At the started times these incidents took place, stated times. On the 6th, at exactly 21:05 p.m., CCTV footage showed a man knocking and having a brief conversation with the guest in the room, after which the man turned, left, and walked down the corridor. However, he was not picked up on any CCTV footage leaving the premises or walking further down the corridor. Following this, we've gone over security points of the building and made sure all entrances are secured to prevent anything like this from happening again. On 09/06/23, however, we did not pick up anything unusual happening on our cameras at the stated time of the incident. We hope these incidents didn't affect your stay at such and such pub, and we apologize profusely for any stress this may have caused. Just know we have taken all measures to resolve this. Kind regards, manager such and such pub. This email to us made us feel validated that we didn't imagine our experiences, especially to have it confirmed by the manager herself via CCTV. We did ask to see the CCTV ourselves, but our further emails were ignored, unfortunately. This pub was taken over by a pub chain company, and they're very strict with their staff about being anti-ghost stories and only focusing on high-quality customer service, according to a former member of staff who I by chance managed to speak to. This member of staff told me some crazy things about the pub. My late dad visited me, I think. My dad died in 2014. Complications from pneumonia. While he wasn't a good dad, he did take me seriously whenever I said I didn't feel good. Well, I'm absolutely miserable right now with the cold. I've been taking cold meds, and last night I took the nighttime one, So this could be a dream. I often wake up whenever my bedroom door opens. It squeaks loudly, and I refuse to lubricate it. Anyways, I hear my door open, and I see a man come to my side. He feels my forehead and softly murmurs that I have a fever. With a little bit of a light, I can see my late dad. I watch him as he goes to the other side of my bed and starts removing things from it. He tells me that he's going to lay down next to me until I feel better. I just nod as I start to close my eyes sleepily. My older son opens my door, and just as he enters, my dad disappears, and I fully wake up for a minute. My door is still closed. My son isn't there, and my things on the other side of my bed isn't where I left them last night. There's a small space cleared out. I'm still having that drowsy feeling, still feeling miserable, but also confused. I felt my late dad's touch on my face. I heard his voice and I saw him. The thing is, I don't believe in ghosts. Demons, yes, but not ghosts. I don't think I was dreaming because it felt so real, but at the same time, I must have. This is the first time I've seen something like this. But shortly after he died, I kept having vivid dreams of him every night, which I absolutely hated. Insights on a past experience. Back in the summer of 2016, I was living with my best friend and his family, as my family moved down south and eventually to California. I live in Connecticut, so it was a bit of a hike. I got a job that was a few miles away and bought a bike to go to and from it. My best friend was also in the same boat, and for a bit, that was our mode of transportation. We ended up working at the same place as well, so payday was on the same day for both of us. Well, one Thursday night we got paid, and we were taking a ride over to the gas station a few miles away to go get cigarettes as everything nearby was closed. The roads were completely empty, no cars. It was about 1:30 to 2 a.m., give or take. There was a very dark section of the road coming up in about 1/8 of a mile or so, where there were no street lamps and no lights from houses. Looking ahead, I was confused as I caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a radiant, very bright white flourish across the street of the sidewalk, almost leaving streaks of white behind it as it moved. It was not luminescent, as it didn't light up the surrounding area to what I could see. It was dark. I should have been able to notice it had it lit up the area. I was very confused at this point because I know what a flashlight looks like. That certainly wasn't one of those. And there's no cars or bikes riding around with any headlights or lamps. We continue down the road, and one side of the street on the sidewalk, there's a very old couple, wearing light colors, walking with their arms interlocked. Neither of them acknowledged our presence. They were walking so slow but looked so content. On the other side, trailing them, was a man, ahead of where I saw the light. He was dressed in a pure white outfit with shoes to match. No hair, not even stubble or shadow anywhere, no eyebrows, no facial expression besides a seriousness I've never seen on anyone before. He was on the tall side, with an average build. As we approached, I could see him looking through my friend to me. He grilled me the entire time as we were going by, and he turned his head to keep his stare on me even as we rode by. We go just a little further, and I turned around to take another look, and there's nothing, all three gone. I asked my friend like 2 minutes later if he saw any of that, to which he has no idea what I'm talking about, apparently. We go a little further, and I ask him to stop for a second, and I explained everything that I just saw. He rode with his head up the entire time and didn't see anything. Saw absolutely nothing. I know I didn't hallucinate, and I was completely sober. I've brought the story up to multiple people, and nobody can provide me with an answer as to what I witnessed. I still think about it regularly, but I have no insight whatsoever. shower prank. I'm a strong believer that if you acknowledge something, it gets stronger. This happened to me months ago, and I just want to put it out into the world in hopes that it takes away the temptation to bring this up to my fiancé all the time. One evening after work, I went to take a shower. I will admit that I had not slept the night before, so I was incredibly tired. I had my music as loud as it would go on my phone so I could hear it over the rushing water. About midway through, my music volume lowered to silent. I turned around to open the curtain to find out why my fiancé pulled back the curtain a little bit, stuck his head in the shower, and grinned at me. I looked at him with confusion, and he popped his head back out before turning the light off and closing the bathroom door. To say I was furious was an understatement. I really don't like certain kinds of pranks. Call me lame if you want. And one involving wet and slippery darkness just hit me hard with how tired I was. I immediately stepped out of the shower, flipped the light switch back on. The switch is right between the shower and the door. There's only about a foot between the two as they share a wall. That was in parentheses. And stormed out of the bathroom without even getting a towel. I found my fiancé sitting in his computer with his headset on and absolutely laid into him. He had this confused and panicked expression as I asked why he would think that that was funny, telling him to never do that again. He asked me to explain what he did wrong, which made me angrier. But when he said that he had been playing since before I even went in the shower, I actually believed him. To begin with, he hates pranks even more than I do. We've been together for 6 years, and he's never so much as jumped out from a corner to startle me. I've never seen him mess with anyone else either. He's not the type of person that would even think to do something like that. But I was so tired that none of that sank in before I lost it on him. Along with simply not being the type, the setup of the apartment would have made it impossible for him to get back to the office without me hearing him. Between the bathroom and the office, there's a noisy metal baby gate. The living room, then the kitchen, and another noisy metal baby gate in the office doorway. I would have also heard his footsteps on the wooden floors if he were moving as quickly as he would have had needed to. I've thought about it over and over and over. It's the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me, and I want to write it off as me being sleep deprived. But I had to turn my music back up. I had to flip the light switch back on. I had to open the bathroom door to get out. We leave it open when the shower's going because it's just the two of us, and the bathroom has poor ventilation for steam. I made him check the apartment for anyone else. Even though I know what he looks like and the face was him, I asked him to stay in the bathroom with me until I washed the conditioner out of my hair. I think about this every time that I shower now. We've had some random things happen before that. Stuff moving into places that we know we didn't put it. Sounds we could rationalize forever. The motion sensor triggering on the cameras over nothing. But nothing nowhere near that level before then. I don't know what I'm looking for here other than a moment to just wring out my brain. But if anyone has ever had any similar experiences, this misery would welcome some company. And we at Paranormal M welcome your stories. So that's the end of them for tonight, and as usual, catch you guys tomorrow. Sweet dreams. See ya. Welcome, fellow seekers of the unknown, to Paranormal M. Subscribe and enable notifications to join us in exploring the enigmas that lie beyond. Get ready for a captivating adventure into the mysterious. Something mimicked my boyfriend's voice. I'm moving in with my boyfriend, and he purchased an old house. Apparently, at some point, a Hell's Angel was killed there. He used to own the house. Anyways, I used to have nightmares of a man choking me when I slept there. Like a super angry man trying to kill me, but it felt so real I could feel the hair on his arms as I tried to pull him off of me. Anyways, I did put holy water and other items upstairs. The bottom part of the house is just storage and a workshop. I was home alone listening to music with only one earphone in. I was listening to When You Were Young by The Killers. Anyways, you have to just go outside down some stairs to get to the door to the downstairs. As I was about to open the door, I heard clear as day the voice of what sounded like my boyfriend singing to that specific part of the song that was playing. Different tone and pitch, so it wasn't like the chorus. I thought he had gotten home, but when I entered the room, no one was there. I walked out to the driveway to see if maybe he was there, and nothing. When he got home, I told him about it, and he said the same thing has happened to him. Interesting. Apparently, I attract stuff, even without seeing them. For background, I'm a 24-year-old female, and I live in a country of Southeast Asia. My memories are not the best from my childhood, so apologies for lack of details in some of them. My mother's side of the family apparently has history with delving into unexplained stuff, and the women in the family all possess a certain amount of a third eye. And according to monks and priests alike, I have a certain aura that attracts stuff. When I was roughly 5 to 6 years old, my grandfather passed away, and we had a funeral, a cremation, and all that. But while all this is going on, I remember still talking to my grandfather, asking him why there was 2 of him, and why one of him is sleeping. This story is backed up by my family, mentioning that I was always chatting and playing with something that only I could see during this period of time, for 7 days. Soon after, my parents then brought me to a Chinese temple and to church on different days to close my third eye, as they say. According to family recounts and my own blurry memories, I had imaginary friends, normal kid stuff, except I would call them angels, without ever being taught that word before. What creeps them out, the way that I would talk to them about topics like life and death, things not common for kids below 5. Soon after, I also remember vaguely of seeing the infamous headless ghost in the middle of the crowd. It was the body of a middle-aged man, and above his neck was nothing. No blood or opening. Instead, a smooth, covered neck. But before I could say anything, my mom, who was holding my hand, pulled me away. After my third eye is closed, with multiple attempts, I grew up to be a fairly normal person in that matter. Except, I start to realize I can sense the presence of things I can't see. My high school is right across the street of a preserved forest, and being teenagers, me and some friends used to like going into the forest and having a little hike, heading to our secret spot that has a little pond. From one of the entrances to the forest, that's big next to a big lake. Going there is like there's a fork in a path and a huge tree in the middle. One day, me and my friends had some hours to kill before extracurricular stuff and decided to go into that forest like usual. One of my friends have the third eye, and we're both aware of each other's weird powers. As we walk in and face the tree, my friend stops dead in her tracks, while I myself got a terrible gut feeling. We both glanced at each other and start to divert the rest of our group back to school. We both tried to act normal as the thing followed us till the school gate and stopped outside of it. It was a Japanese army man, and he was not friendly. My high school had some other supernatural stories, but that's a different post to come. Around a few months later, we're in the middle of exams, and it was also the Hungry Ghost Month. One night, I went to bed late after a study session, and I was just drifting off when I felt someone or something was tickling my feet, I got very annoyed sitting up and thinking my siblings that I share the room with was playing a prank. Instead, I was met with a sleeping sibling and nothing more. Then a weird tickling feeling on my foot started again, and I end up sensing a kid in the room. I told it to leave and to disturb somebody else, and abruptly I stopped sensing it. Years later, I give birth to a healthy boy, and this happened when he was around 4 years old. One day, the babysitters dropped him off at my workplace, as we had plans to bring him out for dinner that night. For context, due to my long and irregular working hours, my son stays with the babysitters full time. I'm a single mom. When he arrived at my workspace, he sat at the sofa, and I tend to customers while he plays with his toys. I start to notice that he seems to be interacting with something, and was staring at a corner quite intently. And when I asked him, he was pointing to the corner and said, "Which?" I've never taught him that word myself. And thinking he picked it up from the babysitters, I just brushed it off. But a gut feeling was growing. An hour later, my friends and my fiancé arrived, and one of them, pretty tipsy. She had some wine at home, but started mumbling about a scary lady that's following her and her boyfriend. My friend, who has a third eye, confirmed that there is indeed something scary in our presence. Before he could say where, my son pointed and said the word "witch" again, and my friend stared at my son, shocked. The scary witch, in quotes, was threatening for everyone's lives, according to my tipsy friend, and in the end, the rest of us drove to a nearby mosque, where my fiancé, who is Muslim, started reciting prayers as we huddled together at the steps of the entrance to the mosque. After a long prayer, the scary witch finally disappeared, and my son stopped saying the word as well. Apparently, I attract stuff even without seeing them. Part 2. It all started with rumors from seniors of the corner building being most haunted building with multiple sightings, along with people going missing when hiking at the forest across the school. I hear this all during my first year then. Soon the rumors intensified to night shift security guards seeing weird apparitions and hearing disturbing noises at open-air parking lots. A guard saw a white lady right outside one of the ground floor classrooms at the very corner of another building. Take note. At the parking lot, and prayed for his life as he feigned ignorance. Another guard says he saw a weird flying creature on the roof of one of the school buildings. We never saw him again after he quit that next day. At this point, some of the students are already also saying that they see or hear things in the corner building, and the toilets near the parking lot. Creepy hands and voices from things that aren't there. During my second year, everything escalated and creeped out the whole school. The students are split into morning and afternoon sessions, by school year to lack of space. For first and second years, we got the afternoon classes, while our extracurriculums are in the morning. That day was just another typical boring afternoon as I was dozing off in class at the second floor. Suddenly, 2 to 3 screams can be heard from the downstairs classroom, and everyone was stunned, unsure what happened. My seat was at the front row in the middle of the class, and I was about to turn and look around when an eerie chill went down my spine and I freeze. The screams continued. We start to notice the amount of noises from downstairs as well. After around 15 minutes, the screaming stops. Soon after class, my friends from the classrooms below told me what happened. 2 girls in one class and 1 girl from the class next door suddenly stood up screaming and just being super hysterical. No one could stop them as they pushed everyone away. The ustazas and ustaz, Islamic teachers, rushed to the classes and started reciting prayers as the students continued to panic. It took them a while to finally get the girls to calm down, and they all looked confused. One of my classmates, with the third eye, also mentioned, she saw a lady with a very pale face and in a red dress pass by and stop at the back door of our class, and bend inwards as if peeking at us all. Nonetheless, that explained the chill I felt. She added that the way she bent was inhuman. Remember the night shift guard and his encounter at the parking lot? The classrooms are both right next to that lot. Since then, the classes are converted into computer classrooms that are only open at certain times, mind you. Next are most recent accounts from friends. The next incident happened on my 3rd year. I was switched to the morning session this year. Some juniors told me the story that happened on a stormy afternoon. Class was going on as usual when a boy in the ground floor classroom suddenly stood up rigid and for a few seconds just stared blankly ahead. The teacher thought it was a prank or he needed to go to the toilet, when suddenly he ran out of the classroom and straight into a parking lot in the storm. He stood right in the middle of it, looking at the sky blankly. Several male teachers tried to move him away, but no matter how hard they try, he wouldn't budge an inch. Soon after, they started to recite prayers while trying to move him, and he finally snapped out of it and fell unconscious. He was sent home shortly to rest. Another incident was also in the afternoon. Some of us stayed behind to attend Chinese classes, since it got cut out of the regular timetable for some reasons. We usually use the empty classrooms on the top floors when the morning classes are not in school, as afternoon sessions only require classrooms of 2 floors below. One day as we were leaving the class, I left earlier than everyone, and I missed out on my friends bumping into a seemingly weird student. And as they turned around, they were spooked, for the student was nowhere to be seen. Imagine a corridor at the 4th floor, all doors locked and only way off the floor is by the stairs of both corners. They were quite far from the other staircase, and for the student to just disappear so fast, he had to at least be sprinting to do so. But no footsteps were heard, and no sign of the student anywhere else. My friends described the student as a male with a normal uniform and all, except his hair was a little wet, and he looked pale and gray. We always leave the class together after that. Next up is stupidity at its finest. A close friend of mine has a younger sister in the same school, and she told me the details of what happened outside of school. The younger sister and her bunch of friends was quite known to be naughty and causing havoc here and there. One day they broke into a locked classroom in the supposedly mostly haunted building and started playing around, mocking spirits and ghosts, and also kind of making fake talismans and sticking them on the walls and on their foreheads. Most of them went home spooked by something that they wouldn't say, and all of them end up with a high fever and nightmares. My friend and her family had to bring her to the temple and ask the monks to help as the younger sister was clearly being haunted, with weird things happening in the house like things falling off on their own or going missing. What is worrisome was a knife went missing and reappeared in one of their rooms. Since then, the younger sister has to refrain from speaking about paranormal things ever again. By my 4th year, a new rumor of the bloody hand in the toilet also started, and most girls were terrified to use that particular toilet. As you may have guessed, it's also located at the corner of the classrooms from the above incident. Reports of bloody handprints and creepy sightings continue, but nothing was done, and slowly girls stopped going there. Till this day, it's unsure if it was a prank or if it was real. On my 5th year, I transferred to a different state and lost touch with most of my friends there. And basically, that's all I know thus far. There were so many more rumors, but most of them were basically sightings of ladies and Japanese soldiers roaming the school, and my 5th year in the other school was quite uneventful. True story. Something called my name. So Friday night, I was staying in an apartment my family had been renovating in a town over from where I normally reside. I've done this countless times as most of my friends are in the aforementioned town. So the clock has just struck 1 a.m., and I'm texting my girlfriend to come over and spend the night with me, and bring illicit substances for us to indulge in. As I send her the text message, I hear someone familiar yell from what sounded like outside or inside, a very muffled yell. "Nathan!" My name. I responded confused. "Hmm?" And the voice responds, "Come here!" in a stern and somewhat friendly voice. So I arm myself, exit the building, and look around for whoever may have yelled for me. This apartment is inside a barn in a quiet neighborhood, so it's not a complex, and I wasn't the only one inside. Or rather, I was the only one inside the property. I look around and see no one and nothing in sight. I check the apartment, under the stairs, the walls inside the apartment. Not one thing. I call out for the voice again, but get no response. I know what I heard. Could it have been a homeless person who heard my name when friends were leaving? Possibly, most likely. Could it have been paranormal? I'd give it the same likelihood as the first option. Just want to get everyone's opinion about it. I've always wanted to share this and would love your guys' thoughts. Has anyone else ever felt like they were visited by family or loved ones before they passed? When I was in junior high, my grandmother was on her deathbed, and we all knew her time was coming eventually. My memory's fuzzy on her health, but if I can recall correctly, she had gone through a bit of a fit and was recovering and fell gravely ill again. The night before she passed away, I had the most vivid, surreal dream. I was at the base of the stairway, surrounded by light and clouds, and there was my grandmother, as happy as could be, smiling, asking me to help her up. As a younger kid, I always wanted to walk around and just help her upstairs and even her chairs. And so, of course, I took her hand, and we went chatting and talking. Can't remember about what, but I just know it was good and I was happy, because I never got to spend that much time with her, and always made me resent my cousins who did, even though they weren't her grandchildren the same way I was. But here she was, walking with me, surrounded by beautiful views, the most calming light, while climbing the softest steps I'd ever set my feet on. Now we got really high up, and we stopped and she told me, "This is it. The rest is for me. You can't come yet. Thank you for helping me. I love you." And I looked at her. I didn't say anything other than goodbye, and I woke up feeling so refreshed. My heart was so full, and the sunlight coming through my window felt so different and brighter than any other morning I've ever had in my life so far, that it really felt like I spent that time with her. Even as I finished typing this, tears are running down my cheeks. My brother picked me up from school that day, and he told me she'd passed. All I could think was, I know, I walked her up to heaven last night. I'd love to hear if you guys have had similar experiences. I think it'd be really cool and therapeutic for me to read through. Farewell. I was 6 years old. It was a normal Saturday evening, as I wished my mom and dad a good night and went to bed. At this time, my grandpa was everything to me. Some of my earliest childhood memories, like feeding ducks or going hiking, are with him. Anyway, light went out, door got closed, and I grabbed my Game Boy Advance to play some Tetris as usual. The hour hit 11 or 12, and I closed my eyes. Ordinarily, I'm a heavy sleeper. A rattle or even shouting wouldn't wake me up. This night I woke up, eyes closed. I felt like no way it was already morning. Thinking, should I keep my eyes closed so I can sleep again? Nope, I opened my eyes. You know the image you have when you first look at a sun and you close your eyes and there's this white and yellow bright blur that fades slowly away? A white blurry figure is floating over me. I just stare at it and recognized a face, mumbling, "Grandpa?" As I couldn't keep the stare and I blinked, gone. Rearranging my thoughts, realizing what it would mean if what I saw was what I saw. Can't be. No. Looked at the time, 2:30 a.m., rolled around, slept until 8. I woke up and heard my parents up and active in the flat. Heading out of my room, my father just said that something happened. Grandpa died this night. He passed away peacefully in his sleep at around 2 or 4 a.m. I still don't know if she was real or not. When I was a kid, I was walking to school early in the morning. School wasn't far from home, and it was only a 6-minute walk. Usually those 6 minutes would fly by, and I would be well on my way to class with no struggle. As you can expect, all this would change on a particular uneasy morning. I would pass my friend's house and look over to her neighbor's front door. I keep my eyes fixed on that door as I slowed down walking. A female figure would appear blurry from inside the house, running to the door, becoming more clear. She was in a white nightgown and was obviously terrified, scared out of her mind, trying to escape. Her dark brown eyes, long brunette hair, and pale skin still vivid in my mind. She's screaming, "Help me!" all while our eyes are fixed on each other's. She started crying. She kept screaming, "Help me and get me out of here." She starts banging on the door, which, mind you, was glass, with her fisted hand. It was loud, excruciatingly loud. And I start crying as I keep slowly walking up the street. I look around to see why people haven't come out of their houses to the loud banging and screaming, and I'm confused. I was terrified. I look back and she starts fading away. Like when I lost eye contact with her, I broke off all connections. I felt a heartbreaking pain in my chest, and the same pain has stuck with me ever since that day. It's been 16 years since. 3 years later, I'm in high school, and in the same class as my friend, who still lives next to the same house where I saw this girl. I ask her about her neighbor and his name, and she replies with no issue at all. I didn't want, but an itching feeling in my heart told me to ask, so, "Does he have a wife or kids?" I ask directly. My friend looks at me confused, and she says, "No." My heart sunk, and I felt uneasy. My mind thought of potential answers. A kidnapping? Did he kidnap her and no one knows? How long has she been stuck there? Why couldn't anyone hear her banging and screaming? I reply back to my friend, "Oh, weird. I swear I saw a girl inside at the front door." I laugh it off. My friend looks uneasy. I change the subject to ease the atmosphere. It's been 16 years, and to this day I'm terrified of walking past that house. I still hear her screams and banging. I still don't know if she was real or not. Should I return? Is a question I ask myself every day. Night shift at the hospital. I work as a nurse at a hospital in the UK that was initially constructed during World War II and was supposed to be a temporary facility. However, that was not the case, and it was further built upon and still remains as a slightly modernized building. I recall doing a night shift during the wintertime and had a patient admitted to us with an infection, but otherwise had no illnesses that could affect their cognitive function, i.e. dementia or learning difficulties, etc. At around 2 or 3 a.m., said patient began to scream from the side room that they were placed in. Myself and another nurse responded. Once in the room, I tried to defuse the situation and calm the patient down. All the while, the patient was screaming about how a man with a bag over his head had been stood at the corner of the bed, just watching her. As we entered the room, I could tell something was off and felt a shift in the energy, despite myself telling the patient that there was nothing to be concerned about. Once settled, myself and the other nurse that came with me had turned to leave the room and witnessed what I can only describe as a shadowy figure pass through a set of double doors outside the side room in which the patient resided. The doors are behind a bit of an alcove, so you can't see them from the side room, but once you leave the room, you can see them. After a few seconds, both myself and the responding nurse clicked on to the fact that the double doors are always locked and have to be unlocked with keys. The time it took for us seeing the figure to pass through that area and how long it would take to unlock said doors, pass through them, and lock them again from the other side would be near to impossible. Therefore, we both came to the conclusion that it was a ghost or an entity of some sort, and returned to the desk somewhat unnerved. The hospital I work at has its fair share of ghost stories, and this one is one of the 3 experiences that I've personally had during my 5-year stay with this hospital in particular. I was advised to post this here after posting the ghost story sub. Hopefully you guys can help. To preface, I live in a small town that was founded in the 1850s as a railroad town, as it's exactly 100 between Columbus and Pittsburgh, and at the time steam engines needed to stop every 100 miles to refill with water. I live on the main street, directly across from the field that the tracks run through. Just down the street from the old rail depot, now a museum, and my house was built in the 1860s by the Pennsylvania Railroad Company. My dogs have always hated my dining room since I bought the house 6 years ago. They won't lay out there, and never linger in there long while moving through the house. I've never thought anything of it. I always assumed it was because of the linoleum floor. Recently, within the past few months, they've started barking at the walls in the dining room in the evening. Again, I just assumed it was because of the shadows. The paint in there is a high gloss, and it's a light hue, because it's a large room with a single light source and always feels dark, so at night, the light can cast some pretty epic shadows. Well, the week before last, my mastiff charged into one of the walls while growling, and I finally paid attention to what he was barking at. I went out to the dining room and watched a shadow very clearly move from one end of the wall to the other while my dog was bashing himself off the wall. I decided to just let whatever it was go on about its business because it's never bothered me before. Fast forward to today. While I haven't seen the moving shadow again, my dining room fan's light fixture blew 10 brand new bulbs last week. Every light I put in has stopped working within a few hours. Had an electrician here today that looked it over and used a multimeter on it. Said it's in perfect condition. I don't think I was supposed to see it, and now it's mad at me. Or maybe it's mad at the dog. I have no idea what it even is. I just know I have a very dark dining room and my dogs refuse to enter it at all. Being as my front door leads to my living room and the dining room, and then the dining room branches off into the kitchen, the basement, the upstairs steps, and the bathroom, my dogs have been stuck in the living room for a week and they're not budging, even if I bribe them with treats. I've considered asking it to leave, but as a pagan, I know well enough that some things take any direct communication as an invitation. If my little house ghost isn't just a little house ghost, I'd prefer to not extend an invitation and feed its energy. What is in my house? What really happened to me that night? Context that may be important to answer the question. This was a year and a half ago when I was 20. I was in college and had my own apartment in a super old building in a city. Having to pay for an apartment while schooling caused me to have 2 jobs on top of everything else. so I was understandably under a lot of stress. Since the building was old, there very well could have been some weird mold or carbon monoxide that I couldn't see affecting this experience too. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened to me since, but nonetheless, let's get to the story. I was heading back home into my apartment. I was driving by myself on the highway, with my boyfriend in his own car following behind me. It was pouring as I was driving and slightly dark. Visibility wasn't great. As young, reckless people do, we were racing a little bit on our way home, and I was in the lead. I got near this bend in the highway with an overpass above it. On either side of me were concrete rail guards, and just ahead in the road was a puddle. I was going approximately 120 to 130 kilometers an hour, which is like 75 to 80. As I approached this bend in the road, I was hit with an overwhelming sense of fear. I immediately slowed down to below the speed limit and all was fine. Immediately after this, though, my boyfriend calls me. I answer the phone and he's freaking out. He's crying, telling me to slow down. I said I already did because I had a weird feeling and asked him why he wanted to tell me that. From his perspective, I was driving around the bend and didn't slow down. When I hit the puddle, I hydroplaned, and he saw my headlights go toward the concrete rail guard to my left. Then, in an instant, I was straightened out again like it had never happened at all. Both of us remembered this experience in detail. Although we got home and talked about it, we chalked it down to a weird coincidence, and maybe too much stress. But was it a coincidence? I felt a real fear. He felt real panic and grief. At the same instant. Haven't really thought about it a whole lot since then. Except when I'm speeding and it's raining. I always slow down now. Until recently when I was watching a documentary that described someone else experiencing something similar. I won't go into detail about the documentary itself because I don't want my bias or any of my readers to have this, but I'm just not sure anymore if it was a coincidence, a hallucination, or something even weirder. Strong feeling that someone is with me. This occurred some 40 years ago, but now that I think about it, I still remember vividly the experience. It was a lazy weekend morning, and I was alone in my apartment. At some point, I decided to take a shower. Soon after jumping into the shower, a very strong feeling came over me that I wasn't alone. The feeling was so strong that I had to get out of the shower and look around. No one was there, but the feeling remained that I wasn't alone. There's only one way into the apartment, and that's through the front door, which is still securely locked from the inside. The feeling was so strong that I decided that I needed to do a little thorough search of the apartment, and I proceeded to look in all of the closets, in the cabinets, and under the bed. Nothing. After assuring myself that there's no one in the apartment, I returned to finish my shower. But soon again, the feeling returned. Once again, I had to search the apartment. I just knew someone was there with me, but no one was there. I forced myself to quickly finish the shower and get dressed. By this time, the feeling was gone. I thought to myself, that was weird, but didn't think too much more of it. About an hour later, a very good friend shows up at my apartment. He looks very panicked, and not at all his usual self. All he said is we need to go. He wouldn't tell me where or why. After we're in the car and he's driving, does he tell me what's going on? A good mutual friend of ours had attempted suicide about an hour before, and I turned just white as the news. I couldn't believe it. The good news is our friend survived. After he recovered, I told him about my experience. My friend couldn't offer any additional details as he has no memory of the experience after he OD'd. I'd like to think that my friend was reaching out for help. I've never had this experience before, and in the 40 years since, it's never happened again. Belchertown State School Experience, Massachusetts. This took place in the fall of 2016 when I was 15. My friend had told me about this abandoned state school for the feeble-minded in Belchertown. He said he'd gone before and it was super cool inside. It has a huge auditorium and many halls with graffiti sprayed everywhere. We all thought it'd be a fun idea to visit together. You're not supposed to go in, and we were trespassing. And it was full of asbestos, but we didn't care, stupid 15-year-olds. For context, there was 4 of us in total. 2 were my friends and 1 was a friend's girlfriend. We all got into one of my friend's cars and took the hour-and-a-half drive to get there. When we got there, we entered the building and was immediately sort of just uneasy. It was very creepy. Everything was decrepit. There was graffiti and garbage all over the walls, upside-down crosses, you name it. I decided to take some pictures to see if I'd maybe pick up some orbs, even though I didn't know this place was haunted. I figured with its history it could be. So I started taking photos, and one of these photos had a huge orb flying around. It could have been dust or asbestos particles, but it stood out in the photo. After we explored for a while, we decided to head to a different section of the state school. We left and started walking outside again. Eventually, we came to this section that sloped downhill and had a big smokestack on top of the roof area. This night was a full moon, and I was the last one walking in our line. I decided to turn around as the moon was just above the slope that we'd come down. When I looked back, I swore I'd seen the silhouette of a person at the top of the slope, standing in front of the moonlit background. But when I looked again, there was nothing there. Now, this could have been my mind playing tricks on me, but what comes next was definitely real. Me and my friends decided to stand around and be as quiet as possible to see if we could hear anything outside. Being fall, there were piles of leaves all over the ground. We stood in silence for maybe 10 seconds, when all of a sudden, no more than 5 feet away from us, where we could visibly see there was nobody there, big, heavy footsteps started dragging through the piles of leaves, very slowly and deliberately coming towards us before stopping. We all looked at each other and my friend Dan said, "Did you guys hear that?" We were all in shock. We all started giggling like bitches and started running back to the car as fast as we could, in terror and excitement. My rented house in Delhi is haunted. I rented a flat in New Delhi. I've been living here for about 10 months, and I find myself to be extremely at home in this house. It's a 2 BHK. I don't know what that means as the narrator. And I share the other room and a common area with 2 other people. We've all found this house to be extremely positive, except the past 2 months. Weird things have been happening. First, the north side of the house where my room and common area is, the vibe started feeling really dull. All plants in this area started dying. My fish started behaving really weird. It would get really restless and run around its bowl like a crazy thing, and 4 to 5 times then would fall flat like it's dead and suffer, but then it'll kind of get okay in a few seconds. She did this for like 4 days, and then her behavior just changed. Hasn't been the same since. A plant in my room didn't dry up yellow, it shriveled up and turned completely black and died. In the last 2 months, all of us developed a severe headache problem and backache problems. A friend who comes to visit also said last month they've been getting headaches off every time that she comes to my house, and maybe it's getting too suffocating in here, but we've always had a very well-ventilated house. Anyway, we washed all the windows and mesh doors and kept windows open because these couple of months the house has started to feel stuffy and still. I've never complained about living in my house, but as of late I started saying that I wanted to move out. Maybe because this room gets to me, and it's too dull. I hate being in this room. I got more lights and shit, but it just felt too dark and felt too unsettled. But I've honestly loved being anywhere more than here before in the last 2 months. Anyway, we didn't think any of this could be paranormal. Our landlady who owns this floor and the top floor of this building has come late last month and complained about the top floor becoming too negative, and her son, who lived on the top floor with a tenant, had been experiencing weird unnatural shit in his room, which is right above my room. But we never made any connection and never took her seriously. We always defended her house and said the ground floor, our house, is really positive and you shouldn't worry. Last week, during a full moon, both ACs on that floor stopped working altogether. And something else unnatural also happened, which the landlady refuses to disclose. She got scared and called a pandit, a Hindu priest, to do a puja, a worship, on the floor in the room where her son lived, above my room. The pandit performed a hawan, a ritual where offerings are made into a consecrated fire in the room, and then he kept the hawan kund, it's a metal structure in which the fire is lit, neatly on the side. The room was then locked and no one slept there. The tenant slept in his own room in the south on the same floor. Next morning, the landlady's son came and opened the room, and he found that the hawan kund had been placed at the center of the room, and another ritual had been performed there. The room was a mess, with the tube light being broken. The bedsheet on which the pandit had sat to perform the hawan had been half burnt in a pile. There was haldi, which is turmeric, and some red powder and liquid that looked like blood, which wasn't blood, but spread everywhere on the floor. There was haldi on the walls and the cupboards. However, nobody heard anything, saw anything, or smelt anything, or felt anything. The tenant who was sleeping in the other room claimed that he felt nothing happen and vacated the house the same morning and left for good. I got a call from the landlady when they found the room in the state and just went upstairs to them. I went to the room and I felt my heart sink when I entered the house. The vibe in the house was the same as in the room where somebody had died. I felt it. I went to the room and took photos of what I found. This left the owner's family really traumatized, so I got her in touch with a person I know who practices occult science. He came and first told the landlady the entire history of the land that the building is built upon, and the history of her family, which all checked out. Then he claimed that in the 1970s, a girl of about 24 killed herself in some part of the land, which was later sold off. The AC that's not working has a hole in the gas pipe, with nail marks. The holes check out. And one of my flatmates claimed to hear anklet sounds a few nights ago. But he said she's not trying to cause trouble. There are other energies with her that have been trying to create disturbance and problems since the last 51 to 53 days. We hadn't said anything to him about the vibe being off the past 2 months, but when he gave that specific timeline, it matched. He then said you all might be experiencing headaches and back pains, might be falling sick, and we all said yes to that. Even the landlady who lives 5 kilometers away said that I saw a neurologist for my headaches there past few weeks. She'd been taking 4 aspirins a day sometimes. It was the same with me. I had visited a hospital 10 days ago for my headaches, but it was nothing, and I tried everything, and they just wouldn't stop. All of us had the same complaint, but we only connected the dots that day. The person said the spirits need some work done. I'll do my job. They won't trouble you. So he did whatever. Only the landlady, her son, and I performed the rituals with him. The last part of the ritual, which has to be done the next day, he asked me to do, and then he left. He asked me to come meet him afterwards, after I had done the last part of the ritual, so I saw him 2 days later. He said it was a risky job, so he had to cleanse my aura after all this. When I saw him, he said, "You might have had difficulty sleeping," which was true for both of my flatmates, as both those days they just kept complaining that they aren't getting any sleep. I, however, slept just too much both of those days. Too much. The landlady called him a while after that and said that she can't sleep and it's been 2 days. So he told all of us that I was going to tell you this only. You'll have trouble sleeping, it'll be okay, give it time. But I told him I'm sleeping very well and a lot, and he just laughed and said, "Of course you are." He cleansed my aura and I'm back home. I've been sleeping well, but something else is off. Since the day he came and we did all those rituals, I'm feeling agitated and restless, tumultuous in the heart. Also, my clothes have been turning yellow. I have a bruise on my thigh, which is also sort of yellow. The narrator can't help but mention that Delhi is incredibly humid, and it sounds like from those headaches you're dealing with some form of mold. That's only because I dealt with that too. On to the next story. The Scared Old Man. When I was a kid, I used to love having sleepovers at my uncle's house, my dad's brother. It was so much fun because me and my brothers would stay up late playing games and talking with our cousins Nick and Julie. Since I was the oldest after we were done playing, I would have to go to the guest room, which was in the same hallway as my cousin Julie's room. It was a long hallway to get to her room. I would always get upset about doing this because I'd just rather everybody stay with everyone else, but there wasn't enough room for me there. One early morning after a sleepover, I woke up because I felt like somebody was watching me. When I opened my eyes, there was no one there. Since I was awake, I couldn't fall back asleep. I figured I'd go to my cousin's room and see if they were awake. My 2 brothers and my 2 cousins were sound asleep. Being the little shit that I was, I grabbed a water gun and slightly sprayed water on them, then ran back to the guest room and jumped into the bed laughing my ass off. I did that one more time and they didn't wake up. Since they weren't waking up the second time I did it, I stopped being funny. So I decided to do it one more time, and I was determined to keep on spraying them with water until somebody would just wake up. As I was spraying them, my cousin moved a little and went back to being funny. I ran through the hallway laughing, thinking I was so hilarious. When I jumped to the bed and I was in midair, I realized there was somebody on the bed. It was an old man, laying in bed covered in the sheets. His face showed a lot of fear. It was like he was more afraid of me than I was of him. He was pulling the sheets up to his neck. The moment I hit the bed and felt a body, I jumped back off like a cat on water and ran to my aunt and uncle's room. I was hysterical. I said, "There's an old man in the guest room." My uncle saw the fear in me, so he believed me and went to the room to check it out. As you can probably guess, there was nobody there. They get pissed at me because I woke everybody up early in a horrible scare. I told my brother and cousins what I had been witnessing, and they thought I was pulling off a joke on them. My cousin Nick didn't say a word. He would always sleep with his sister in his room, and the guest room was originally Nick's. He never admitted to seeing anything in that room. However, I think that old man was the reason why he would always sleep in his little sister's room. The weird thing about this whole thing is that the old man seemed genuinely scared of me. Maybe he thought I was the ghost and he was the live one. We'll never know. Snap out of it. That's the title. This took place on January of 2015 in the US. A little bit of backstory. I had known my roommate Alex for 3 years at the time of the event. We met through a mutual friend that figured I could use a Hispanic roommate when I moved to the States to go to college, because I'm too much of a Spanish speaker. I always thought he was rather odd and possibly homosexual. but that never bugged me, considering that I have several homosexual family members. Alex never spoke about his sexuality near me. In fact, I had every reason to believe that he was homosexual because of the way that he talked, dressed, and behaved overall. The thing that always struck me as weird is the fact that he would constantly make fun of homosexuals. After some time, my brother Jacob and I got extremely surprised when he had introduced us to his new girlfriend, Kelly. I remember saying, "Wow, I guess he's not gay after all," to my brother as a joke. Kelly seemed nice and all, but she didn't live in town. So Alex and Kelly were having a long-distance relationship and always spent their free time on Skype talking. After some time, my brother and I realized that Alex was coming home quite late. My brother then assumed that Alex was cheating on Kelly because he noticed that Alex would come back rather exhausted, wearing his shirts inside out. It was none of our business, so we kept our theories to ourselves. One day, Kelly came to visit. While she was visiting, she discovered that Alex had a dating site on his phone. She also realized that the dating site was for homosexuals, and he had several messages that talked about some sexual encounters that had been happening in the past. She also came to realize that he was on Craigslist looking for one-night stands with men. Kelly was beyond furious with him and made him write a public apology on Facebook. Alex was a graduate student and had many of his colleagues, teachers, and even his advisors on Facebook. Everybody knew what he had done. Alex was devastated. He wasn't really talking to Jacob or me after the incident. Some weeks went by and he finally was getting a little bit better. He was also financially broke and still in really bad shape. I noticed that he stopped eating and he was only drinking coffee and reading the Bible. I apologize for the long backstory, but I think it's necessary for this story to make sense. Now to the date of the incident. I went to school that day and I had plans to go eat with my girlfriend after. When we met to go eat, I had a weird feeling that I needed to go home. I didn't know why, but one thing was certain at the time, and that was that I had to cancel my lunch plans and go back home. My girlfriend thought it was weird, but she said, "Okay." When I arrived home, I noticed that Alex was sitting in the living room, basically staring at nothing. I attempted to start a conversation with him. I said, "Alex, are you okay? I've noticed that you've been really stressed lately. Want to talk about it?" But he didn't answer. It was like Alex didn't even acknowledge that I was in the room with him. So I said, "Well, I guess I'll leave you to your thoughts." I went upstairs to the bathroom. When I was done with my business, I heard some screaming and yelling coming from downstairs. I remember saying out loud, "What the fuck?" I was slowly making my way downstairs when I started hearing growling, followed by laughter, followed by growling again. It was weird. When I got downstairs, I saw Alex on the floor of the living room, twisting his body like he was in pain. I remember asking, "Alex, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" He didn't answer. He just kept on screaming and laughing. I was in shock. What in the actual fuck is going on here? I remember screaming at him, "Snap out of it!" The room felt cold, really cold. He kept twisting his body like as if he was having an epileptic seizure. At one point he stopped, then he looked at me. His eyes were completely rolled back, so all I could see was white, and in a demonic voice in perfect English he said, "It's the devil." I froze. Alex was also from a Hispanic-speaking country, so he had a very thick accent. How could he possibly be speaking in perfect English? After saying that, he started speaking a weird language. It was like if he was speaking backwards. He kept twisting his body around, and now his tongue was moving like a snake, like the little girl from The Exorcist. I didn't know exactly what to do. I thought of recording it, but I was too scared to do so. I went outside the house and saw my neighbor. I told him what was happening, and I even opened the door so that he could see what Alex was doing. All he said to me was, "I'm sorry, bro, I'm late for class. Good luck." Thanks for nothing, I thought to myself. I called a friend of Alex whom was a pastor. Let's call him Daniel. I knew Daniel because him and his wife would invite us to dinner every once in a while. I haven't spoken to him for at least a year because Alex suddenly stopped talking to them. I remember saying, "Daniel, I know we haven't talked in a really long time, and this is going to sound really, really crazy, but Alex is laying in my living room claiming that he's the devil." Daniel's reply went a little like this: "No, it doesn't sound that weird. I've dealt with similar situations in my life. I'm on my way." When I went back into the house, my heart dropped. Alex was laying face up, holding a butcher knife against his stomach. He was still moving his tongue. My first thought was to take the knife away from him, but then I figured that he was unstable. A swing with that knife could end my life if I attempt to get close. I went back outside to call Daniel again. I said, "Daniel, Alex is just holding a knife against himself. What do I do?" He said, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want you to get hurt, bud. Just wait for me outside. I'm almost there." When Daniel arrived, I showed him the best way to Alex. When we got into the house, I couldn't believe my eyes. I yelled, "Daniel, should I call 911? It took Daniel a little longer to acknowledge what was happening. There he was, my roommate, laying on the floor, pulling his own intestines out of his goddamn body. There was blood all over the floor. He just kept pulling them out. Daniel told me to go outside, call 911 immediately, so I did. I probably sounded like a complete lunatic to the dispatch operator when I explained everything to her. She said that an ambulance and cops were on their way and asked me to tell them exactly what I had told her. When I went back inside, Daniel had stopped Alex from pulling his intestines out of his body. He started praying to him. He said, "I demand to speak to Alex in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ." But all we got back from Alex was the weird language he was speaking and growling. When the paramedics arrived, they started working on Alex and realized that he was completely out of it. They kept telling Alex to hold on and that everything was going to be okay. Alex lost consciousness, if you could call it that. They immediately took him to urgent care. My girlfriend called, and I said that I couldn't talk at the moment. I told her with very short details what was happening and hung up. The cops then questioned me and Daniel. They asked me if there were any drugs or alcohol in the house, if Alex was on medication, things like that. They questioned me repeatedly. Different cops asked me to tell them what happened. They even made me write it down. This sucked because I was still trying to process what I had witnessed. However, as cops, it's their job to be suspicious. Making me repeat my statement is a technique to see if I would change the story. Jacob arrived shortly after the police questioned him too. When they were questioning Daniel, he told them that he could assure them I had nothing to do with Alex's injuries. Even after all the questioning, the police took me into custody thinking I was responsible for what Alex did. After hours at the police station, they finally let me go. Daniel picked me up at the station and then took me to the hospital to see how Alex was doing. We arrived at the hospital, and they told us that I was in really bad shape, and he was still in surgery. I was able to see him for a few hours after that. He held my hand and apologized. He was barely awake. Daniel then took me back to the house. We kept discussing what happened and told me that Alex was possessed by an evil demon. That's why he was able to speak in a different language and do what he did. I told him that I was afraid of staying at that house, so he agreed to have another pastor help him bless the house. When we arrived, Jacob had already taken care of the blood. He told me that the cops took the knife as evidence. Good thing I didn't touch the knife. My girlfriend was there to comfort me and try to calm me down. My adrenaline was still going crazy. She said that she would stay the night with me and make me feel better. To be honest, I couldn't thank her enough for that. Not everyone would be willing to stay at that house after shit like that. I was afraid that the same thing was going to happen to her in the middle of the night. Weeks later, I learned that she was thinking the same thing about me. and that she was extremely scared of staying with me that night. My girlfriend and I went to bed. I fell asleep quite quickly because I had a really traumatic day. Unfortunately, my dream was a continuation of the very same day. In my dream, I decided that I didn't want to stay at that house after that shit with Alex. So, my girlfriend and I ended up going to a hotel. At the hotel, still in my dream, I remember asking my girlfriend, how can somebody be in such bad shape that would allow themselves for the dark to take over their bodies? Shortly after, we went to bed. I was basically asleep in my dream when I heard a knocking on the door. I looked at the clock, and it was 7:03. I said, fuck it. I'm so tired after what I went through that I'm just gonna ignore it. Then I thought it could be news about Alex, so I got up and looked through the peephole. All I could see was an empty hallway, when suddenly out of nothing I saw a creature running insanely fast towards the door, hitting it very hard and laughing at the moment of impact. The creature looked like the demon from Insidious or Darth Maul, a black and red face. I backed away and I kept hearing laughter. I got so mad after that I punched the door right back. After punching the door, I heard the creature laugh again, and then it said, "Well played." I woke up right after. I've always wondered if the creature I saw in my dream was the same creature that took over Alex's body. Alex barely survived the incident. He spent 2 months in the hospital because of severe internal damage. I had to go to therapy for a very long time because of what happened. I couldn't drink, smoke weed at my own house because I would dream about Alex standing up with his intestines out, screaming while staring at me. When Alex got better, he spent some time to get his stuff out of the house. He was too embarrassed to stay or even pick them himself. And I really didn't want to see him after everything that happened. This had been probably the worst experience of my life. The cops that I talked to said that I did exactly what I should have done in that situation. They said that without any medical attention, Alex would have been dead in minutes. They also told me that that was probably one of the weirdest incidents they had ever worked ever. My girlfriend and I believed that thanks to that strange sensation I had of urgently having to go home instead of going out to lunch with her, Alex is still alive today.